probably got to do a corridor study in order to get that situation blend to do any Michigan Avenue. That's got to get in place within the next 3 to 4 years because they're starting construction on the far east end of Michigan Avenue.
Right. Well, they added a agenda
Yeah, I saw that. And
starts
there,
to
it's
like
just,
memo writing.
no, I think it's just to talk about what we need to do going forward. I didn't talk to Jonathan about it, but that would be my guess.
Okay.
And how late is Ogden?
They'll be close by the time we get out of here. But it's relatively early. I think it's like 10.
I got your message, just so you know. I literally, you called me when I was at work, and then I've been like, go, go, go since I got out of work.
Go, go, go.
Go, go, gadget.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a fan of. How are you? Good. Nice to see you.
Check, check.
Do you have property in one of the assessors?
Good
One of the assessors?
good evening. It is Tuesday, August 15, 2023. It is 6:30 p.m. at this time. I would like to call to order our city council meeting. We will start with Pledge of Allegiance, and invocation will be given by 4th Ward Council Member Laura Schlechte. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The man in the arena. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming. But who does actually strive to do the deeds? Who knows great enthusiasm, the greatest devotions? Who spends himself in a worthy cause? Who at the best knows, in the end, the triumph of high achievement? And who at the worst, if he fails, at least he fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat.
Figured out which ones are which in all of these.
I think so. I know, it's splurge.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you will proceed with the roll call for us, please.
Mayor Daniel Mahoney,
Present.
Vice Mayor Arlene Robinson,
Present.
Councilmember Freddie Dancy,
Present.
Councilmember Angelita Gunn,
Here.
Councilmember Laura Dreyer Schlechte,
Here.
Councilmember Karen Bonnell,
Here.
Councilmember Will Forgrave.
Here.
Okay, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is number 4, looking for a motion and support to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
I'd like to add an item. Special assessment policy under, I don't know if it falls under new business or other business or old business, but if it goes under new business, 11.18. And then I have an item to add to the consent calendar. Do you want that here or at the time of approving the consent calendar? That's a question.
I feel like the assessment policy would go under other business because we discussed it back in February. If it's the one that you emailed everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So it'd be
under,
10.1.
okay. So I'd like to add special assessment policy under other business, 10.1. And then I have an addition to the consent calendar. Item 9.13, approval of the Jackson County, Michigan Historical Society charitable gaming license.
What was 10.1 again?
Special assessment policy.
And then charitable gaming license. Okay.
I'll support those changes if that's necessary.
Okay,
Yeah.
changes are supported, and Madam Clerk, are you adding those directly into the agenda, or just, okay. Let's give some clarification. Do we need to vote to add those items to the agenda, or would that be a friendly amendment to the agenda?
My understanding was Councilwoman Schlechte moved to add those two items to the agenda, which Councilman Forgrave seconded, so I think a vote would be in order.
Okay, so that's where we will start. So at this time, we will be looking for the clerk to tally and display the votes on adding the additional items onto the agenda.
Okay, and I can't get all this on my computer. I just got it started, but I can't get it.
Mine's not working either, so I'm working on mine.
Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call for this particular vote for us?
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlechte,
Yep.
Councilmember Benel,
Here, yes.
Here.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we will be voting on the adoption of the agenda. I think we already have a motion and support. Just looking for the clerk to either tally and display or roll call the vote on the agenda.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlechte,
Yes.
Councilmember Benel,
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave,
Yes.
Mayor Mahoney.
Yes. Okay. That gave enough time for everybody to get logged in and situated. That brings us down to item number 5, presentations and proclamations. 5.1, an update from Sheriff Schutte.
Good evening, everyone. I appreciate you giving me a couple of minutes here just to update you on the sheriff's office. First and foremost, probably the jail, if you weren't aware. The millage didn't pass. So we did do a couple of repairs to the jail, one of which was the roof, which was in badly need of repair. It was leaking quite a bit. We were able to get that repaired for a little over $3,800. I was really excited about that. We got a 2-year warranty on it as well. The radio system that was in the jail, which was a safety issue for the corrections deputies, was also repaired. That unfortunately took a little bit more money, about to the tune of $14,000 in order to get a new antenna system and a couple of other relays inside of the jail for that to work properly. We still have plumbing leaks like we did before, and we're just fixing them as time goes along. Now, we did have a jail ad hoc committee that was meeting every month on the same day as the public safety meetings that were taking place for the county commission. And that's recently concluded. However, it has not been completely disbanded. There's still probably some work to be done there, but there is a recommendation going forward for approximately 3/4 of a mil, so a 1/4 of a mil less than what we had asked for before to move forward with getting a new jail built. Real quickly, we had drug and violence summits that we partnered with the prosecutor's office. Of course, City Police Department was involved in that as well, Blackman Township and the State Police. Over 300 participants in the drug summit. And I want to emphasize a couple of things here because I think it's important for you to know. We were the first jail, albeit we were the first place in Michigan to have a Narcan machine, a free Narcan vending machine installed. This is a big deal. Now, a lot of places have taken stride into that and have instituted Narcan machines, and we've actually instituted a couple of additional Narcan machines at the health department here in the county. But I want to point out some statistics to you that I think you'll find surprising and uplifting. So the best comparison that we have is a 2020 year, because that was prior to any Narcan machine in the county. And 2021, about this time in 2021, is when we put our Narcan machine in the Wesley Street Jail. In 2022, we have a fair comparison, an apples-to-apples comparison with 2020 to show us the decrease in opioid deaths and opioid overdoses. And why this is important is because folks that leave the jail that are addicted to drugs, and we have a lot of them, when they leave, they believe that their tolerance level is here when it actually is here. And that's when they're most vulnerable for an overdose. So what we do is encourage them to get the Narcan out of the machine. It's free, costs them nothing. It costs us nothing, except for the electricity that we plug into the wall for the machine. And they take that with them when they leave. Now, the statistics I'm going to read you, I don't believe are wholly because of this Narcan machine, but I do believe that there is a strong correlation between it. So in 2020, we had 179 opioid-related overdoses in Jackson County. We had 37 opioid-related deaths in Jackson County in 2020. In 2022, we had 72 opioid-related overdoses. That's 179 down to 72. And 12 opioid-related deaths. That's about a third. So I think it had a huge impact. I expect it's going to have an additional impact now that we've had additional machines throughout the county. But I wanted to share that with you because I think it's very important to show that we're combating this along with our drug summits and the different things that we've done. I think we've made some huge strides in our community. Real quickly, we had an open house on June 5th down on Wesley Street. It was very well attended, at least 1,000 people. Everybody says, well, how do you know it was 1,000 people? Because I gave out 1,000 hot dogs. So that's why I say at least 1,000 people. And I didn't eat one, and I was there. So very well attended. We're going to make that an annual event. And we recently just instituted a canine program. We're in a process right now of examining a dog with a veterinarian to make sure that everything is okay with the dog. And that dog is a really good tracking animal, something that we really need, especially in a county. We have a lot of folks that wander away that are dementia patients, and we also have a lot of autistic children that have wandered away, and this canine is really going to be beneficial to make sure that those people are kept safe. In addition to that, we're instituting a canine program in the county jail. It's going to assist us with narcotics and other contraband that comes into the jail as well. One of the things that hampers us right now is the physical limitations of the building. We can't put in all of the equipment, the modern equipment that we need to be able to search folks when they come through. Even a strip search doesn't catch everything. I'll leave that to your imagination as to how it gets in. But a dog really helps in those encounters, especially when we're going into cells and we're doing searches. So I think this is going to be a very positive thing for our community and especially for our jail. That's all that I have. I wanted to make this quick. Thank you so much for your time. I know you got a big night, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have any. Perfect. I'm going to head on out. I'm going to head on out to the county commission meeting. It's nice seeing you all. Thank you very much.
Good to see you. Thank you. Okay, that brings us down to our public hearings. I did see a couple of slips still floating around out there. If they want to bring them up to anybody on the dais, and they'll pass them down for you to be able to make a comment during public comment or during our public hearing. In the meantime, I'm looking for a let me see here. Looking for a motion to. Do we need to suspend? Okay, so we need to, looking for a motion to suspend our regular meeting and open the Board of Review. It's been moved and supported. And the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay. Brings us down to item number 6.1, Special Assessment Road 3447, North Street, West Ave to Wisner. Special Assessment Road 3447. So, looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing on 6.1.
So moved. Support.
It's moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
I think the other way went faster.
Okay, public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, do we have any petitions or comments on this particular public hearing?
Keith Worth for 841 Hibbert Avenue. I oppose this assessment. I don't want another $6,000 bill from the city. I've had enough of these. What happened to the $31.5 million of Biden money? Do a patch job again, as you've done on other streets. There are only 2 bad areas about 50 foot long each. No assessment.
Okay. Council, any comments, questions, concerns?
Did he say his was 9,000?
6.
6,000, okay, sorry.
And we had no petitions filed for that particular, okay.
Is he the only residential? No, there's another one right here.
No other comments on that one, right?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay, just wait for any other comments. Okay, seeing or hearing none, looking for a motion in support to close the public hearing.
So moved.
I'll support. Hey, Mr. Mayor, in the interest of time, because we are doing so many of these public hearings tonight, I wonder if we could do a voice vote to open and close the public hearings, because those are typically unanimous, and then we can use the
Absolutely.
tool to vote up or down on the assessments themselves.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was a motion and support to close the public hearing. Can you hear me better now? Okay. So there was a motion and support to close the public hearing. Any discussion outside of Will's comment? Okay. Okay. Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Okay, public hearing is closed. Now we'll be looking for a motion and support to approve the resolution confirming the special assessment roll number 3447 for pavement replacement on North Street from West Avenue to Wisner.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
I think this we could do a voice vote. This is what I suggested, right? Like opening and closing public hearings.
No, we're not.
No, this is
Yeah,
for
this
the
is the
session.
actual, yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, we're voting on this assessment roll.
Okay, and the motion passes unanimously, which can be viewed on any of the three screens in the room. Brings us down to 6.2, looking for a motion and support to open public hearing on special assessment roll number 3439 William Street, Biddle to Wilkins.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Okay, and the public hearing is now open, and we will start with Sabrina Aiken. Did I say that right, Sabrina? Okay.
I'm not a public speaker at all. God be with me.
Take your
Okay.
time.
So, they're trying to charge me $26,750. $26,750, in case you didn't hear that. Okay? My property taxes are due right now. I have an inspection. It's an apartment complex. It's at Williams and Wilkins. Sorry, shitty neighborhood. Sorry for my language. I'm lucky if I get rent. I just had to evict somebody. I'm still waiting for him to get out. I haven't been able to collect rent. It's really crappy. These people they're bad. This is not my choice. It was my dad's. I ended up with it, and it was not my choice in life at all. I'm a nurse, retired nurse. I cannot afford this money, and I just don't know what to do. And I know nothing about it, and I'm claiming it as a woman. I don't know anything about it. Maybe I should have looked at it. I just don't know anything about it. If they need to do the stuff that they need to do, give us time to pay this. I cannot afford $26,750 on top of everything else that I have to pay. Thank you.
So just for some clarification, the assessment is spread over a 10-year time frame for repayment. I'm I'm sorry, order. We just trying to get some clarification here. Thank you.
Yes, the payment can be spread over 10 years with interest set by this body.
Okay. Council, is there any other comments that you guys have?
Was there CBDG funds as part of the construction on this one? John?
No, there's not. This is not. This is not a CBDG setup project, no.
And I know that one of the properties is a nonprofit. How do you determine the value for the nonprofit?
I don't see that property is exempt as a nonprofit. It has value associated with it already, so through normal assessment practice.
Okay.
Could any one of you guys afford this?
So, last month, did we send out any additional notifications? I don't think we requested to, but I'm just curious. Did we send out any additional notifications about this special assessment?
Yes.
So we did re-notify, and that also included the information about the procedure on which a petition could be filed.
Yes.
And that's sent to the property owner, not the property itself.
Correct. The
Okay.
owner of record.
And this is the water line issue? Right? This is doing the waters underneath the road?
Yes, this is replace the 4-inch water main underneath the road. At the same time, we'll also be fixing the sanitary sewer. And if the assessment passes, we'll be repairing and fixing the street. Say roughly $500,000 project. $102,000 are coming from the local street fund. The assessments total of $44,600. Water funds will contribute $166,000, and the sanitary, the other public works fund will do $186,000.
So essentially, like last time, if the assessment does not pass, the work would still be done minus the repair of the actual street itself.
Yep, I'm happy to say this every time, but I'll start with this, and maybe I can only say it once. With all of these projects, all these assessments can be voted down, the water main work will be performed. We will just adjust the methods of doing it. Instead of opening the street, it'll be directionally bored.
Is there, I guess I don't understand why hers is so much, 26,000 versus the remaining properties on the?
Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Yes, this is a non-residential property, and so that assessment is applied to a commercial property in accordance with our current policy.
What was the address of that property? 127, thank you. And what's the condition of the road? I was over there, I don't remember it being horrible. this one.
Do we have a rating on the road that can be provided? Okay.
The Pacer rating for that road was a 4.
Better than
The scale goes to 10. Brand new construction will be 10.
I will say, it's kind of ridiculous when we think a 4 isn't bad, you know, just saying.
On the scale of things.
Right, right.
I mean, even on the scale of Biddle, I think that portion of Biddle is not that bad.
I'll make a motion that we approve the water work without the
Oh,
road.
Hold on, we gotta
reconstruction.
close this public hearing
Oh,
first.
sorry. Sorry, I make a motion, we close the public hearing.
I'll support it.
Okay, motion is moved and provided. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right.
I make a motion that we approve the water work without the assessment. I make a motion, we don't approve the assessments. I think that's all we need, right?
I think we just have to make a motion to vote down the resolution, to not approve the resolution.
Right, I make a motion not to approve the resolution.
I'll support that.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? My only question would be potential for when this road for like reconstruction may possibly come up again. It's kind of the same scenario, right? I just want it to be stated how we discussed it the last time.
Another generation. I don't have a crystal ball. But it'd be a minute, is the best I could say. One of the other points that was just, that John Dowling just reminded me of is that the water work has actually been approved by this body already. So when it comes down to it, it's just, you don't confirm the rules. You don't need to say anything about the water project. You just
Okay.
don't confirm the rule.
Yeah. So it's just on the resolution itself.
Yep.
Okay. The clerk will tally and display the vote. And the motion to not approve the resolution passed 5-2.
To not approve
To not approve.
the assessment role.
So the assessment will not take place.
Okay. I did it wrong, but.
I should have clarified that. Okay, so 6-3 is the next one on the docket. Looking for a motion and support to open public hearing for special assessment road number 3436 McBride 4th to 1st Street.
Before we go on, does Arlene want to correct her vote so that it's in the records the way she intended it to be? Did you want to change your vote from a no to a yes, so that it's in the
Yeah,
public record?
because I was taking it as the way it was originally presented, and that we would just vote against it and it won't happen.
So because of her motion was to not approve the resolution.
Okay.
So
That,
do we
what,
just, is that?
that
just
is what I
corrected as
wanted
a-
to do, yes.
Okay, perfect. So the motion passes 6-1. It doesn't, no assessment. That's what that means, no assessment. So you gotta simplify things sometimes. Okay, so now we just need a motion to open the public hearing for special assessment roll 3436.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. All right. Madam Clerk, do you want to start with any that you may have?
So the owners on McBride did submit a petition, and they had the over 50% support in opposition to the project. So for it to move forward, it would need a supermajority of council to vote in favor.
Okay.
But other than that, I don't have any protest letters submitted.
Okay, so it looks like we do have, oh no, that's for the next one. Okay, so any discussion or comments from council? Did you guys clear on? Okay. Yes, sir.
What's the vote?
So it would have to, so in order for the special assessment road to move forward, it would take a supermajority, which is 6 out of 7.
Takes 6
to-
affirmative, yeah.
To move that special assessment forward. So I think the recommendation would be to either vote no on moving the resolution forward, or a motion to decline the resolution, and then a yes vote. Depends on how the motion comes out.
Or.
I make a
Look
motion.
for a motion, and when none comes, we move on.
Ooh, or we could just look for a motion and then no motion be made, no action be taken.
That way, no one's confused.
That
It's not
takes
that
all
hard.
the confusion
So
out.
I'd rather have the vote.
So, everybody clear?
Yeah, of course I would. I'd like to make a
Clear as
motion
mud,
to
right?
decline the assessment roll.
I'll support that. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so looking for a
Make a
motion.
motion to close the hearing.
I'll support that.
Thank you. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same. Okay,
I make a motion to decline the special assessment.
I'll support it.
it's been moved and supported. Any discussion? So just for clarification, a yes vote on this motion means you do not want this special assessment to move forward. Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, motion passes unanimous and brings us down to item 6.4. Looking for a motion and support to open a public hearing on special assessment road number 3435 Grinnell, Norfolk to Wildwood.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor in opening the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Okay, public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, you want to start us off with any that you have?
All right. Lee Ann Robinson, 815 Wildwood Avenue. Dear City Council and City Assessor, I am writing in regards to Assessment Roll 3435 for Grinnell Street, Norfolk to Wildwood. I am most definitely object to this proposal for reconstruction and water main replacement. I cannot afford to pay for a road that I would never travel. Sure, my home is located on the corner of Wildwood and Grinnell, but I never use that street. And I just recently had to have the sewer line to my home repaired at a price of $6,785. And the repair was done on the Grinnell Street side. So now you want to fix the street and the water main and charge me $14,883.40. I am a homeowner here and I pay my property taxes on time seasonally. I am retired and live on a budget, and I feel like I'm being taken advantage of because I own my home. If someone on Grinnell Street wants to fix the road, let them pay for it. Or why can't the city of Jackson pay for it? It is wrong to charge me and others for this. There are other roads that need repair. Maybe this letter won't make a difference, but honestly, I cannot afford this ridiculous price. If you can please figure out another way to fix this other than charging homeowners for this. Sincerely. Christy Maynard, 225 North Grinnell Street. To whom it may concern, I am writing this email in protest for the street reconstruction and water main replacement on Grinnell Street, Norfolk to Wildwood. My husband and I live at 225 North Grinnell Street. We have been homeowners here for 3 years. We have both worked and paid taxes in Jackson for the past decade, and we continue to watch our taxes go up. Where is that paid tax money going? Where is the tax money for all of the marijuana dispensaries around town going? I'm all for bettering our home, our town, but why am I to pay tax to a city and state only to be billed for what I already pay for? We do not have $6,600 to give, nor do we make enough a year to pay an extra $650 plus annually for the next 10 years with interest on top of what we pay now to own a home in Jackson. We understand that the driving force behind this project is the doctor's office on our street. This doctor has tried to buy out all of our homes on North Grinnell Street to extend his business in the past few years. We also don't feel that we should be required to partially fund his business improvements and expansion. We appreciate you taking the time to read this email. Milmac Properties LLC for 206 North Grinnell Street. They said, I hereby register my objection August 11th, 2023. Ralph McGregor's manager, Milmac Properties.
And I think I've got one person present, Joe Larson.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I'm the property owner at 214 North Grinnell. Prior to my ownership, my dad was the owner of this property. To my knowledge, we are now the longest living family on this street.
Thank you.
Is that better? Can everyone hear? Once again, to my knowledge, we are the oldest family on this street now because the doctor has bought out most everyone else, even the Diamond Tax Services. They're gone now, and they were there prior to us. I spoke with Laura on the phone for a half an hour or 45 minutes over this. She emailed me the protest papers. Because of my scheduling, I didn't have time to actually come down here and get them myself. Now, because the doctor's business owns over half of the street now, there's no way we can protest this. Because I missed it by 2 for the private residents. One of the gentlemen is here that signed the papers also. According to the emails, we now have all 8 in protest of this. Now, because the doctor owns most of this street, the majority of the bill is going to him. To my calculations, which unfortunately I don't have in front of me, you're looking at about $160,000 roughly of the 180-some assessment that our road is. Why don't you just give the bill to him, since it's his project and his business to begin with? It started this whole thing. Yes, prior to, the road did need to be repaired, but there has been so much damage to that road now because of heavy equipment and his construction that it should be his responsibility. Because I don't know how you guys were raised, but I was raised that if you cause the damage, you pay the bill. So I don't know what most of the other residents have on their assessment, but mine is almost $11,000. I haven't done the math as to what this would do to my tax bill, but it would be up there. It would be a very hard fight for me to keep my home at this point, especially living there for almost 40 years. I grew up in that home. So I'm under protest to this too, as well as everyone else on my street that I was able to talk to. So these are my thoughts. Thank you for your time.
Council, any discussion?
So if he got everybody's signature except for the doctor's office, and we counted the doctor's office as one, because it's contiguous, his property is contiguous, or maybe there's one that's not contiguous. And I don't know what the policy says offhand. I would be inclined to after we close the hearing, make a motion to not approve this assessment roll.
Was the petition turned in with signatures?
Unfortunately, no, it wasn't, because I didn't have enough to have it go before council,
But you got all the signatures of everybody else except for the doctor.
except for two. One gentleman wouldn't answer his door, and the lady that I tried to get to sign was so rude to me that I wasn't even gonna attempt to. So,
And if you count the doctor's office as one parcel, he would only need 6 signatures to get 51%. He'd need 5 point something.
Councilmember Gunn, you look like you got something on your mind.
No, it's just hard to hear the hardship that it poses. And at the same time, know that this work needs to be done.
These are some big, I think these are higher, and Jason, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because of the formula for doing assessments. These might be higher because the lots are larger on that portion of Grinnell.
So when we talk about the amount being spread, that's really due to the costs that are incurred in doing so. So a larger lot would render a larger assessment, but I don't think that these lots, as I look at their frontages, are any different than most neighborhoods in the city. So this is more to do, I think, with the cost of the project versus any land size issues.
I think the cost and probably the cap also.
did I add one more point real quick? Sorry to interrupt, but when my dad was talking to the doctor, and because of the number of the lots that he owns, he's in favor of this. So,
Any other comments from council?
public still make a comment?
We haven't closed the hearing.
Is that
We have not
during
closed the hearing.
citizen comment? Sorry, said it again.
I said we haven't closed the hearing.
Yeah, if it
I know.
pertains to this
I
particular
was just asking.
assessment role, I think we can have public comment.
I thought we retained it for property owners last time. Yeah, I think last time we retained it specifically to property owners during that public hearing. I don't know, I don't,
Rules, what you guys did last time, though.
I believe so.
I have one more question, though. Is the cost of doing this road, the part that's being assessed, higher because of is it higher than normal, than the other ones? That would be a John question. Yeah. I mean, is the road in worse condition? Is the cost of construction higher than the previous 3 or 4 that we've just talked about?
We've already received the bids on these, and so the cost for construction per foot is basically the same across each of these.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Can I make a motion to close the public hearing?
Okay, before we close the public hearing.
Cool. Adjourn.
I'm not used to the sight of the mic, but I just want to make a comment that pertaining the ability for our citizens to petition, as Mr. Forgrave had created that ordinance. I remember one of the previous drafts where we had eliminated a provision where property owners had more vote or say-so to any other property owner, meaning that if there are 8, 9, 10, however many property owners, if one person owns 10 properties, that doesn't give them 10 votes. that one property owner would have one vote, and the other 6 to 8 should have their votes as individuals. Further there, excuse me, further there, that being the case, even if this group of citizens could not officially petition, that official petition only says you must respect their official petition. Even if they have not had an official petition, I think this council can definitely still respond to their citizens' desires. And to me, it sounds like a majority of the people on that street, with weighing the costs and benefits of this project, would rather not have it. And if that is the case, Will's ordinance may not force you to listen to them, but certainly I think you all could. That's all.
Could I just add one more tidbit here real quick? I'm not opposed to paying some. I know the money has to come from somewhere, and the work does need to be done. What everyone is in protest of are the amounts that you're asking and how you're getting it. Or at least that's the contention that I got while I was talking to the leaders.
Mr. Wilson.
Good evening, John Wilson. I was informed at the last city council meeting during the discussions on these public hearings that I was not able to speak because I did not live on that particular street. So, are we allowing anyone to speak now?
Yeah, we've clarified that.
With the last speaker? So may I speak?
So,
Thank you.
please, proceed.
Thank you. These property owners, homeowners, on these streets that are being assessed thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. That's unnecessary. The city council, prior to these last two meetings, rubber stamped every street assessment that came before them, regardless of how many citizens got up and spoke in opposition. For the most part, saying the same thing, that they could not afford the thousands and thousands of dollars in street assessments. They've turned the corner. That's a very, very good thing, and it's due to the citizens of Jackson, especially those on these streets that are being overly assessed. Take note, back in 2015, when we began to improve the downtown here with Dig Downtown, that was, I believe, a multi-million-dollar project. Each one of those property owners right out here on West Michigan Avenue was not assessed one dime for this new street out here. Money was spent from the Major Street Fund, the Local Street Fund, the Water Enterprise Fund, the Sewer Enterprise Fund for this nice new downtown, which we all agree is very nice, and that's due to the vision of our former city manager, Patrick Birch. Agree with it or not, the downtown is nice. So just remember, these citizens out here, while they are assessing you thousands and thousands of dollars, these property owners, these business owners in downtown Jackson, where these streets are in the condition they are today, was because of all of us. They were not assessed a dime. Thank you.
Could we just get a form from everybody who's speaking?
Yeah, let's try.
Just for record.
I'm John King, 2033rd Street here in the city. I was just wondering what the doctor, if he wants it, I'm not sure if things are set up, the city could have the street redone with him paying everything, with the others not picking up. I'm not sure if that's an option, so I'm not sure. Well, the city manager's just headed out, I guess, briefly, so if someone could answer that question. Thanks.
I do think
Join the party.
Sorry. Peter Bournemouth, 142 West Pearl Street. I'd like to say that I think the solution to this is to actually have the city create a mechanism where there is the ability to help owners who are on fixed incomes who can't afford these assessments. I spoke with Will Forgrave. He suggested one idea. I had another idea. But I think the city can come up with something that helps the citizens who are under financial duress and still get these roads, which you all have to admit need replacement. So I would like that to be the focus of your discussion later on. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can we limit the discussion to the streets specifically? And any other comments can come at
I was
citizens'
just waiting on
comment?
our parliamentarian to jump on in.
I mean, I appreciate everyone's comments, but
Did you want to make a motion to close the?
I make a motion, we close the hearing.
Moved and supported. Oh, that's already
Yeah,
been done.
she
Well,
did.
it was.
But
it-
It's been a minute.
It has, it's been a minute. So, any discussion on the motion?
No.
Okay, seeing or hearing none, all in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we postpone this particular resolution confirmation until our next meeting so that Joe has time to turn into the petition regardless of whether it has 50% or not. I'd like to see the signatures.
I can have him dropped off to you guys tomorrow.
Great.
Okay, now here in a second, I'm assuming that we don't like that motion. Is there any other motion?
I'll make a motion not to approve the assessment.
I'll support that.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. So again, just for clarification, a yes vote would be to not approve the special assessment.
Did you get an opportunity to vote? Mine's not coming up. Doesn't want me to vote.
It already knows.
Hmm?
It already knows I'm gonna vote.
Right. I mean, I thought- Mine's not coming up, but I vote yes. I keep refreshing
It's
it.
just doing the old one.
It takes a second sometimes.
Can you just mark me down as a yes?
Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Dancy,
Nay.
Councilmember Dunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlefty,
Yes.
Councilmember Bennell,
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave,
No.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Yes.
Okay, and the motion to not move forward with the assessment has passed 5-2 and is displayed on one of the three screens, or all of the three screens, in front or behind you. Moves us down to 6.5, looking for a motion of support to open the public hearing on Special Assessment Row 3431, Dwight Street, Chapin to Tyson.
So moved?
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Okay. Madam Clerk, do you want to read the ones that you have?
All right. Kenneth Skolnick of Penmark Incorporated for parcel 6-0935 and 6-0936. To whom it may concern, please let this letter serve as our objection to the special assessment proposed for the parcels above. We have unimproved parcels and do not benefit from these improvements. Also, this is something that should be budgeted and done without a special assessment. Nathan Timberly, or Temperley. As I have received any instructions so far, I would like to lodge a protest about the amount of the special assessment. I realize there may be need for reconstruction, but I do not have the means to pay what is asked with the drastic increases in cost of living. I am living beyond my means as it is, and my credit cards are nearly maxed out. I would like to ask that City Council or Tax Tribunal to find another way to pay for this effort or to postpone it. And that he's on 2103 Tyson Street.
Is that it, Madam Clerk? Okay, I don't think we have any written requests on 34, 31. Council, any discussion?
What's the pacer rating on this road?
This road has a pacer rating of 2.
Okay.
It was constructed in 1954, overlaid in 79.
Make a motion, we close the hearing.
It's moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. And the public hearing is closed.
I move that we approve the resolution confirming special assessment roll number 3431.
I'll support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Sorry, I'm trying to get back to the agenda here. Okay, seeing or hearing no discussion, the clerk will tally and display the vote. And the assessment passes 6-1. That brings us down to item 6.6, looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing on the special assessment roll number 3430 Dio Street from Elm to Gorham.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed the same. Public hearing is open, and Madam Clerk, if you want to start us off. Yeah.
Kathleen Ryder, 401 South Elm Street. My name is Kathleen Ryder. My address is 401 South Elm Street, Jackson, Michigan, 49203. I am retired and on a fixed income. I cannot afford this bill. I'm barely able to buy food after my bills. And then to add a 2.75% charge for people that make installment payments is not right. I cannot afford this. I would like to protest this.
Is that the only one, Madam Clerk?
The other two are here.
Okay. So we had two more, but both of those individuals are present tonight, so I'm just going to call them up to speak. Elizabeth Parker.
So I'm brand new. I just bought a house for the first time ever last year, my very first meeting. Look, I can't afford this. I am a single mother of 4. I have 3 that still live at home with me. You guys assessed me for almost $10,000. I work 6, almost 7 days a week to take care of my kids. My husband passed away 8 years ago, almost 9. I can't afford this. I get 0 help from the state. Everything I do on my own. There's just, like, I can't afford this. It's just that simple.
What's your address?
1806 Deal. I think you guys assessed me at either 8,900 or 9,800.
8,900.
Is that it? Am I good? I can sit?
Thank you. Eric Siderbeck. Eric, pronounce that last name for me. Soderbeck.
Long O.
There we go.
Long O. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident at 502 South Gorham, and my assessment was for $6,850. And I was here last month when you had the other meeting, and the day I didn't get to speak that night because you guys adjourned it. I spoke with John the next day, and I'm not opposed to having Dio Street redone at all. It definitely does need it. But I live on the corner of South Gorham and Dio Street. My water and sewer come in off of Gorham Street, and he told me then that I will be assessed again at a later date when they redo Gorham Street, when they come in and do the water and sewer and any road reconstruction on Gorham Street. I just don't understand how that's fair that I'm paying for Dio Street right now, or you want me to pay for Dio Street, and then at a later date, I'm gonna have to be reassessed again. You know, he explained the footage on Dio Street. My driveway is on Dio Street, but I am in opposition of paying the $6,800 over a 10-year period. So, I mean, that's my neighbor who's gonna speak tonight. He has some more figures to go over with you guys too or whatever, but it's too much for my wife and I to be able to, cover the cost, especially if it was for both streets at one time. I probably wouldn't be saying anything about it if it was for Dio Street and Gorham, but if I'm gonna get hit for another $6,800 or even more years down the road, I can't afford to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Christopher. There we go. There we go. Thank you. I didn't want to butcher that one. Wahardo.
Oh, come on now, I'm so used to that.
Well, it was written in there and crossed out, Christopher. It was written.
You're trying to escape on that one, aren't you?
Couldn't even spell your own.
No, I think it's important to get names right.
Well, for all this time, nobody can get it right except for 3 people in the past.
Wahardo.
Wahardo. There'll be a test on that. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I live at 1606 Deal. My family has been there since 1966. My question is, we have a lot of retirees. We have a lot of single people that can't afford it to put a road in. Where are they going to get the money? Have we looked into any federal or state funding to help out the city as a whole? have you considered even putting an assessment for the whole city out there, that the burden be taken care of by the taxpayers of the city of Jackson? By what I see is, nothing has occurred. You don't care. You sit up there and say, oh, I care, I care, I care, but you don't. If we are a city, and this city has been going downhill ever since I was little. My grandmother used to say, Jackson is going to be a ghost town. And I agree with her. We lost all the industry. We don't have any good paying jobs in here. But yet you're coming out, we need to fix this, we need to fix that. What's going on? Does the people of the city of Jackson come first, or we don't care? This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm wondering why we are not looking at other avenues to see where we can get the funding to help the people of the city of Jackson. You heard from Kathy Ryder. She lives kitty corner right across the street from me. And she's telling the truth. The lady next door from me, Mrs. Schimmel. She can't afford it. She lost her husband 2 years ago. And she's saying, how am I supposed to take care of it? How am I supposed to take care of it? The tax base is high. Yes, I know, water bill is high, but we had to take care of the water and sewage of the city. That I don't mind. But we need to look at where everything is going. We need to figure out what we can do. We need to boost the tax base of the city of Jackson. We need to get jobs in the city of Jackson. We need to work together. By going out and saying, well, you got to pay this special assessment, dig in the back of your pocket, pull it out. You got a money tree? Who's got a money tree in this town? Nobody. We need to work together. We need to start looking at it. I am very disappointed in this city. And all of you. For what reason? You don't do nothing. You don't do your jobs. You're worse than Washington. You're worse than Lansing. Probably worse than Russia. They don't care. Make the logical choice. Let's revisit this when we know we can get the fundings to take care of the streets of the city of Jackson. Thank you for your time.
Just want to clarify a couple of questions that Mr. Guajardo had. Can we get a breakdown of the cost of this project and where funding is coming from?
You want to do that, John?
The total project is $1,154,000. Water funds are paying $642,000. The street assessments are $205,000. And so then the local street is going to be putting in about $305,000 approximately. So over 900,000 of this is paid for either out of local street funds or water funds, with the assessments paying about a little less than 20% of the project. To jump ahead for Laura's question, this has a PACER rating of 2, and it was originally constructed in 1961, was overlaid in 1983 with a crack seal in 2004.
Just so people know, 2 is the 1 being highest, 10 being highest.
10 being highest.
Okay.
10's a
So
brand
it's
new construction.
So it's a 2 out of 10.
Yes.
Yeah.
We get super excited over 4, but we don't get super excited over 2.
Yeah, 1s and 2s are.
It's just close.
I'll make a motion to close the hearing.
Support.
It's moved and supported.
I'll make a motion to postpone the.
We gotta
Oh, I'm
vote on
sorry.
closing the hearing.
I assumed everybody would vote
I
yes.
see you jumping. I like that. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to close the hearing. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Okay.
I make a motion to postpone this to the first meeting in September, giving the property owners a chance to fill in the petition. And
Why don't you just vote for them now?
I would agree.
do you need more language, or is that good? Postpone till first meeting in September.
Okay.
There's 29 properties.
Okay, I don't think, there's no second on the motion.
I move that we approve special assessment roll number 3430.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? So on this motion, a yes vote would be to yes to move forward with the special assessment. Per the resolution, and the clerk will tally and display the vote.
I know, right?
And motion fails 3 yeses, 4 noes, and is displayed on one of the 3 screens that you want to look at. What size? All 3. I was just saying, any of the one of the 3 screens that you want to look at is displayed. Okay. So no assessment is the answer, Mr. Wahardo. We doing our job, man. We doing. Give us some grace here. We doing our job.
I don't see any. And I'm a hard.
6.7. Looking for a motion and support to open a public hearing on special assessment roll 3429, Burr Street, State to Waterloo.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Yeah. I'm very sorry. This lady is on from Burr Street. She wrote a comment. She's very nervous about reading it. So is it possible the clerk or someone can read it for her? I'm sorry. I didn't think it rolled this fast. I waited until the last bill was up. I'm sorry.
I mean, she could just read it. It's.
The clerk can read it.
Yeah, I'm not good. It's on the wrong color too, isn't it?
She really doesn't.
I mean, we have a policy that the clerk reads emails that people send in. I don't see a huge issue with the city clerk reading that.
Okay.
I'm gonna defer that question to the attorney.
You could certainly have the clerk act as her proxy and read it. Mr. Forgrave made the point about the clerk reading emails, so I think this is sort of 6 of one, half dozen of the other in that regard.
Okay.
Okay, so special assessment, I think did we vote? Okay,
Yes.
so public hearing is open. And if you want to start, Madam Clerk?
Cheryl Burdick, 606 Burr Street. The substantial amount of monies for road and water and sewer repair lines replaced in my area I'm a single grandmother raising grandchildren and dealing with the loss of my only son just before Christmas. I live paycheck to paycheck and have no financial means for these costs. Pamela Kelly.
Wait, what was the address on that one?
606 Burr Street. It's not on this road? Okay. So she is part of 3428, which is the last one. So we'll just put a pin in that. Okay. Pamela Kelly, 909 Burr Street. To whom it may concern, I am objecting to the construction on Burr Street between State and Waterloo. I cannot afford this.
That was 909?
Yes.
What was the name?
Pamela Kelly, Mid-State Investment.
Okay.
I don't see that address on that.
This
6.7.
Do you have this one? Do you have this?
No.
Pass a couple of those.
Yeah, these things. I noticed they're different here than John's numbers, so I must have changed a little bit. Pass them on that way.
Okay. I think they're the same. Or where they might be.
Here, reprinted these again for you guys. You had these last quotes. Break down the cost and stuff. I didn't figure anyone would keep theirs.
I kept it, I just didn't bring it back. Okay. Council, any discussion?
Was there a petition turned in for this particular?
No, it was not.
It was the other Burr Street
Yes, it
section?
was.
Okay.
So 51% of 10, would you require 5 or 6?
You got how many people? One or two that emailed? Just one? Okay.
I'll move to close the public hearing.
I support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. Public hearing is closed, and we are looking for a motion on the resolution.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution confirming special assessment roll number 3429.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. And the motion to move forward with the resolution passes 5-2. Bringing us down to I think we are on
27.
6 point, Okay, looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing on 6.8, special assessment roll number 3427.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. And the public hearing is open on 3427. Any discussion?
No, it's because they submitted petitions.
No discussion from council.
What's the PACER rating?
This again is a street that has a PACER rating of 2, was originally constructed in 1959, last resurfaced in 1982.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
It's moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. Public hearing is closed.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution confirming special assessment roll number 3427.
I'll support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote. And the motion passes 6-1. Brings us down to 6.9. Looking for a motion and support to open the public hearing on special assessment roll number 3428.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk would, seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. And the public hearing is opened. Madam Clerk?
Okay, council, this is one of the 2 petitions that were submitted with the 50% or more participation and objection of the project.
Don't worry.
I make a motion to close the hearing. They've got a petition.
Okay. All right. Okay, Maria Santana? I see, okay.
Maria Garcia Santana, 702 Burr Street. Cheryl, would you like to stand up here with me? All right. We were successful in our petition because people like Cheryl were willing to sign it and share their stories with me. So this is your success as well. I hope that your vote reflects the hard work that we all did on this. I'm going to read my comments because I could really go off track here. There's a great opposition from the community of 28 homeowners who will need to share the burden of $173,365 to cover the expenses for roll number 3428. Residents, like businesses and local governments, are still recovering from the COVID crisis as well as record high inflation, making this a financial burden for all involved. When I was here on July 11th, I had 17 questions and concerns, the primary being, will people lose their homes if they can't pay the special assessment? Since then, I received an answer to that question and was told that yes, If people cannot pay the special assessment, they could potentially lose their homes. I thought I was maybe being a little hysterical or over the top. After hearing all of the folks today and last, in July, I realized that this is a very real fear for the residents, including us. If you are not familiar with this stretch of Burr Street, it is a community of working poor, retirees, disabled individuals, pensioners, and the elderly living on Social Security. What started out for me as an exercise against the special assessment for personal financial reasons has become a mission to prevent people from potentially losing their homes. Sometimes people are unaware of what the city is asking of them. Since July 11th, I met with the city manager, the city assessor, and an engineer. They made an attempt to answer my questions, and I appreciate their insights and their time. I still had my concerns and started the petition process. I was told that they have to look out for what's best for the city of Jackson and not individuals. What is the city if not its residents? There is a story behind every signature. Some people shared their stories as to why this assessment would be a hardship, while others were grateful for the opportunity to sign it and did so eagerly. I grew up on Burr Street. The houses are old. It is not the prettiest neighborhood in Jackson. Some need work, and that's hard to do on a fixed and limited income. For my part, I would rather spend my money putting that back into the house. I know that Jackson has a couple of projects going on that include additional homes and beautification and neighborhood improvement projects. How great would it be to keep people in their homes as the city builds up around them? To Mayor Mahoney, in the summer issue of the Jackson newsletter, you were quoted as saying, quote, "I called on the city leaders to work together on a realistic plan to fix the streets that doesn't rely on special assessments," end quote. I hope that your vote reflects that sentiment today. In closing, I'm pleading with Mayor Mahoney, the administrators, and city council members to find ways to pay for this project without tapping into the funds of Jackson residents living paycheck to paycheck. Thank you so much for hearing us.
Make a motion to close the hearing. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same.
I make a motion to turn down the assessments.
Support.
Been properly moved and supported to not approve the resolution for special assessment roll number 3428, correct? Any discussion on the motion? Okay, so a yes vote is no to move forward. And the clerk will tally and display the vote.
Yes is no.
Yes is no. All right. Okay, at this time, we would be looking for a motion and support to close the Board of Review and reconvene as City Council.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. And we have reconvened as City Council. Brings us down to item number 7, citizens' comment.
Did we add 6.10? The society?
No, that's under consent agenda.
10.1? Sorry.
It's okay. Okay, so before we go into citizens' comment, I want to start by reading the rules for speaking before the city council. Number one, each speaker will state their name and address prior to addressing the council. Number two, each speaker is limited to up to 3 minutes during the citizen comment portion of the meeting. Council members will not debate or answer questions at this time. Number three, each speaker should be polite and courteous to the council and members of the public in attendance. While any speaker is free to express his or her opinion on any subject, no speaker may direct personal attacks at any member of the staff or council unrelated to the manner in which they perform their duties, use obscene language while addressing the city council, or engage in disruptive or disorderly behavior during a council meeting. Number four, should any speaker cause a breach of the peace through their conduct, the mayor may declare the speaker out of order. Number five, if a speaker is declared out of order by the mayor and refuses to cease and desist from disruptive or disorderly conduct, the mayor may order the person removed from the meeting. Number six, each speaker may speak once under public comment and may not yield their time to others. Jeannie Brown.
Hi, thank you for having me speak. I just wanted to let you know that I'm opposed to all these assessments, and if
I'm
you-
sorry, we do need you to start with your name and address.
Jeannie Brown, Summit Township.
Summit Township's your address?
Yeah.
You can continue, go ahead.
The assessments on these streets are outrageous for people to be able to pay in these time of recession that we're in. And I just want to say, if you want to change in the city, vote for John Wilson. Thank you.
Dina Morgan.
Hello, my name is Dina Morgan, 245 East Robinson Street. I'm here to represent the south side of Jackson. Are we getting a grocery store? A lot of people have a lot of questions. We don't know what's going on in our community with the MLK project. Arlene, we need more ward meetings. Like I said, a lot of people have a lot of questions, residents in the area, business owners, homeowners. And I would like you, Mayor Mahoney, to publicly say yes or no if you support a monopoly, single hauler trash system. It's important to the residents in Ward 1 on the south side. They've worked hard for many years to build up their businesses and their customers. What's going on at Reed Manor? We had a protest, we the people of Jackson and other community members. There's a lot going on there. Mayor Mahoney, we know that you appoint the board members there. We would like you to address the issue. People are dying left and right. If it's not by guns, it's by drugs. And we also need an investigation on the third floor. We have discovered that there was more than $1 million for the South Side for more than 70 years. And we would like to know what happened to the money. A lot of programs were cut, youth programs, homeowners didn't get help, and we are worse off than we ever been in history. What happened to the money? What's going on, Arlene? We need answers. We need information and details. We need more ward meetings. Thank you.
Mike, I can't really read the last name. It's kind of scribbled. Mike Tillman? There we go. Mike Tillman.
Mike Tillman. I'm at 317 South Elm Street in Owasso, but I'm actually down here representing Paragon Building Company, and we're hoping to be one of the contractors selected in the Hunter Homes project that we're going to be talking about here. And we are extremely excited and honored to be asked to be part of this and looking forward to this project. I think this is a great opportunity. A lot of comments in here tonight about the city of Jackson and the help that it needs. And we hope that bringing new housing to Jackson is going to get it going in the right direction. So we are looking forward to that, and we are very honored and happy to be a part of this. So I just wanted to introduce myself and say thank you for this opportunity. The guys that have brought us in over to this, we appreciate it, and hopefully looking forward to moving forward with this project. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Sean LaFear.
Good evening, Sean LaFear, 1804 Wandering Creek, Summit Township. I'm here along with Mike as well, representing the 100 Home Program and with Norfolk Homes. And we're looking forward to working with this program, building new houses in Jackson. I've been born and raised here in Jackson my entire life, still live here. My parents have been in the city limits for 80 plus years. And it's nice to be able to see some things grow and some new houses being built there. So I appreciate the opportunity to work with you guys. Thank you for your time. Thanks, Sean.
Kyle Wade.
Street and Jacksonville 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 Street and Jackson, Michigan and Jackson, Michigan and Jackson, Michigan and Jackson, Michigan, Jackson, Michigan. For the last 3 years, I've been organizing an event with the DDA downtown. It's called Beats in the Park. It's a community event. We try to showcase local Jackson entrepreneurs, musicians, artists, vendors. And long story short, my whole thing is this. So like, I rent out Horace Blackman Park, Bucky Harris Park, and a couple other parks downtown. I asked after working with like 4 or so DDA directors, Corey Mays, who's right there. Yeah, they're laughing because it's true. Coyne, I worked with him every day. He was in that room every day. He was there for 2 weeks. I talked to him every single day, Then now there's another person, and then another person. Talking to Andrea Econ now, who's like the deputy director, I guess. She says that I'm renting the park, and that's totally fine, but I have to provide my own trash, my own bathrooms, even though there are bathrooms, city-owned public bathrooms at one of the parks. And I asked her specifically, since she already made it a point that I have to, call Lester Brothers, get trash there, because she wanted the workload easier for Parks and Recreation. I can't think of her name, Kelly, whatever her last name, Kelly, sure. To make it easier on them, because my event's on a Saturday, and to have less workload on Parks and Recreation, I have to provide my own. Sure. I asked about the bathrooms. Since I'm already providing 2 men's and women's bathrooms for my event, can my staff use the Bucky Harris bathrooms just for staff so we don't have to wait in lines with the Porta-Johns? She said that was an unusual request and said, no, that was it. Just no answer, no reason, no why. The bathrooms are out for maintenance, none of that. Just for your event, no. So I just want to know what's wrong with Beats in the Park and why can't I use the bathrooms that I'm already paying for and that all of our tax dollars pay for and stuff like that. Why can't any of us use the bathrooms? How about that? Just wondering. It's not as over the top as everybody else is. I'm not talking about taxes. I'm talking about a bathroom that I pay for. 1% of my taxes go to that bathroom. I paid $50 to rent it for the bathrooms. It's a part of the park. So that's it. That's it. Do I sit down or do I wait?
I don't think they're broken at this time, but that's why they're not open.
John Wilson.
Thank you. John Wilson, 1045 South Durant Street, Jackson, Michigan. Mayoral candidate for the city of Jackson. Mayor Daniel Mahoney continues to say publicly that the city's $1.5 million group violence intervention program is reducing gun shootings. It is not. Rather, gun shootings involving gangs continues to increase throughout the city. Mayor Mahoney won't even utter the word gang, and instead he wants us to believe that those involved with gang activity are just Southside groups who act out due to perceived racial injustice. First of all, these aren't just groups, they are gangs. Gangs from Jackson and gangs from outside of Jackson. Not until Jackson has a mayor that will tell the public the truth on how serious gang activity is in Jackson, these gangs will continue their violent lawlessness in our city. Rather than reward gang members with a social worker and social programs, these gang members, first and foremost, need to be removed from our streets with an arrest, a charge, a conviction, and jail. Once these gang members are off our streets and in jail, the social workers can visit them and begin their social work from the jail. Instead of spending another dime on this costly, ineffective group violence intervention program, Police Chief Hitt should request whatever money is left over from this $1.5 million boondoggle and have it spent on putting more police officers on our streets so they can enforce the rule of law on gang lawlessness. Thank you.
John C. King.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John King, 203 3rd Street here in the city. I was going to talk about censorship, and you did improve in which you didn't read those the illegal rules before the public hearings, but unfortunately you haven't totally fixed that problem. Hopefully for the next meeting you'll stop reading those rules, such as being polite and no direct personal attacks. I sent for everyone else, I sent the entire council information on that, and it was really bad that people are here for the first time and you're suggesting some of the language and stuff that if they use it you're gonna send them out of here. So hopefully you'll stop reading those illegal rules. Time, that's one thing you can do, but as far as saying you got to respect me and don't demean me or anyone else here, you cannot do that legally. Speaking of censorship, there's the We the People on Facebook with Dina Morgan running that, and they practice censorship. There was a deal where a couple weeks ago, her sister Melanie, I had done a post regarding what someone else had posted, and so she says, John C. King, keep it up. I am one of the administrators on this page, and I will have to remove you from this page if you continue with your MAGA comments justifying slavery. Do you understand me? This is your final warning. There weren't any other warnings or anything like that. A week or so, Dina Morgan had ended up removing me for the group. I don't know why. But getting back, what I was talking about with this one case, there was a guy dressed up in the Jewish garb from the Holocaust in the concentration camps playing a violin. Now, I seen that, I knew right away it was, basically kind of a hoax. And what it was, there was a concert the year after Germany was defeated. And so they were doing a celebration of life and death. And during it, while they were playing, now with Melanie Morgan, she said it was, someone that was playing, in the, the gas chambers, kind of like to soothe the people that were being gassed and killed, which was just outrageous. So there's so much false stuff, like the urban renewal was Negro removal that John Willis mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. King.
I call that out. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hastings.
William Hastings, 1231 Highland Boulevard in the city. So I want to start off by talking about the weekend, and I'm not talking about the rapper. I'm talking about the last weekend, this past weekend in the city of Jackson. Saturday, August 12th, Sparks and Lansing, male threatens another male with a gun. Saturday, August 12th, 8 shots fired near Southridge Park. Also on Saturday, double shooting on MLK of a man and a woman. Also on Saturday, shots fired on Hinckley Boulevard, State, County, and local response. Sunday, there's a shooting at America's Best Inn near I-94, and another shooting on the 5000 block of Page Avenue. That's one weekend in Jackson, 48 hours, 4 people shot. If the city council hasn't quite put 2 and 2 together yet, the group violence initiative is a spectacular failure. Turns out that providing hot dogs, hugs, and face painting to hardened criminals did not put a dimple, let alone a dent, in gang violence. Here's just a few things wrong with the GVI. The funding for this came from a one-time massive federal money drop on Jackson called ARPA. ARPA funds were like the money you might get when a rich aunt dies. You manage them very carefully because I guarantee you she's not going to die again. Maybe the biggest problem with this program is what we're seeing here tonight is all the people who showed up tonight who are not gangbangers, the people who pay their house and income taxes and skyrocketing water bills in full and on time being hit with $8,000, $10,000, $12,000 street assessments. With the money squandered on GVI, with that money, almost 200 individual $8,000 street assessments could have been covered in full. Or 300 homeowners could have had their street assessments cut in half, or another approach, 560 homeowners could have had a third of their street assessments paid for, but that money was spent on GVI instead. Number 3, does anyone believe for a single minute that gang violence can be addressed by a mayor, council, and police chief who will not even use the term gang violence, but use the term group violence instead? The people sitting up here do not have your back. They are not your friends, and they're afflicted with varying degrees of incompetence and misguided ideology. I am calling for everyone here tonight to vote for a clean slate ballot this fall. No incumbents, Vote Peter Bournemouth in the 2nd. Vote Diane Toman in the 4th Ward. Vote Steve Ansini in the 6th Ward. And John Wilson for mayor. Stop the insanity.
Kathy Moore.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Moore. I stay at 1513 South Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And I'm here to address, agreeing with the young man, there was hundreds of thousands of dollars spent before, well, part of your time. Patrick Birch spent money on Bucky Harris Park and the other park. Those bathrooms over there were only used, I think, the first maybe year or 6 months to when they were put in, and then they were closed. The waterfall has a cage over it now and trees growing out of it. That was money that was spent uselessly. It was just spent. And Mr. Wilson was talking about Patrick Birch with a great job, and well, Patrick, that's a whole nother story. But anyway, he did bring you, which I do appreciate, Jonathan Green. But let's get back to the park. Let me digress and get back. Those bathrooms need to be open. If there's a problem with having the bathrooms open, the city should have thought of that before they put that money into that. Their reasoning was to bring outdoor bathrooms back into Jackson. You put it there and then you close it. You lock the doors. When there are events held down here in the city of Jackson, those bathrooms should be open to the people, to the vendors, to whoever comes and participate in the city of Jackson's events that are happening. I mean, porta potties are good, but I personally don't care for them. Those 2 bathrooms over there that should be used. They should be open, the city put them there, the city should be paying for the public works or whoever to maintain them. We should not have to get additional porta potties because the city spent money the wrong way. Spend the money, open them bathrooms back up. Let's get the citizens to be able to use those bathrooms. They are there, and I think that's about it for now. Gotcha, Daniel.
Mr. Alexander.
Thank you. Firstly, I wanted just to begin and mention how lucky I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I know each and every one of the 7 council members here, and I personally know and trust you to at least some degree where I can confidently say that I know each and every one of you care about your job here. That's it. I'll just start with that. Next, I'll take a few seconds. I just heard this. I'd take a few seconds just to think about the 4 people that got shot last weekend. I don't know what we can do to have more people shot less next weekend, but if anyone's got any ideas, I know I would listen. If anyone didn't know, I love citizen comments. I have every single citizen comment that I've been able to listen to and note, and I used to read them all the time. Knowing what other people think and feel and believe is important, because you might be able to guess what you think somebody else thinks or feels, but if they don't tell you, then you don't know. And a lot of people guess, and they guess incorrectly sometimes, because we're human. Now let me get down to what I was going to say. I think citizen comments are important because it is one place where we can speak to our council and we will know that you may hear us. I do think there are a few issues with citizen comments, some ways they could be improved, and I think this is something the city council could do. Citizen comments are not very accessible. They require personal attendance. They require public speaking skills. They are only available 2 times per month. Council could improve this in several different ways. However, each way would be costly, time-consuming, and distracting from all the important things you already have to do. I have the free time. I have created a Facebook group called City of Jackson Unofficial Citizen Comments. And for anyone that would have made a comment here tonight, I welcome you to find my Facebook group and join it. Post your questions, and there's some of us ex-members of council that are answering questions and kind of pointing people in the right directions. Our 7 people here are very busy, and when somebody comes up and gives you an important thought or feeling, I know you want to listen to them, but I know each of you also have to balance that with the other 3,000 people you spoke to last week. So some people don't feel heard when they speak here. So I'm just trying to give everyone one more place where they could speak, and then because it is Facebook, all the other citizens can also speak back and help answer some of the questions instead of trying to stick you guys with them all the time. That's all. If I had another 30 seconds, I'd mention that I wrote a book, but I'll talk about that next time I come.
Very. Marcia Miller. Gina Hastings.
Gina Hastings, 1231 Highland Boulevard. It's time to have a very serious conversation about crime in the city of Jackson. Here's just a few things that have occurred in the city of Jackson since the last city council meeting on July 11th, just 35 days ago. July 14th, officer hears hears shots fired at First Street and Park Road. Multiple shell casings recovered. Also 7:14, officer hears shots fired on East Michigan Avenue. Shell casings recovered from the crashed, unoccupied suspect vehicle. July 15th, shots fired on First Street in Heiser. Also on July 15th, 8 to 10 shots fired at Burger King on East Michigan Avenue at 2 a.m. Also the same day, gun pulled on employee at Reed Manor. July 16th, officers dispatched to 1100 block of Adrian Avenue for shots fired. Hours later, a 28-year-old male showed up at the hospital with a gunshot wound. July 17th, Officer Goebel was dispatched to 1100 block of William Street for spent casings in the area. July 21st, shots fired, spent casings located near South Gorham and Deo Street. July 22nd, Officer Baker responded to 400 block of West High Street for a found firearm. July 23rd, Officer Baker responded to the 300 block of East Robinson Street for found casings. July 24th, officers responded to 4th Street and West High Street for shots fired. I actually heard that and I called 911. July 28th, employee at Northwest Ave McDonald's threatens to shoot 2 juveniles with a gun in his waistband. July 29th, concealed weapon found on suspect on South Mechanic and Cortland. July 31st, Officer Jones was in the area of East Michigan Avenue and Horton Street when she heard shots fired to the west of her location. Casings were located on East Michigan Avenue. August 1st, homicide on 900 block of Chittock Avenue. August 2nd, Cheryl Ragland and Elmer Hitt appear on JTV to talk about the great success of the GVI program, while failing to mention the man shot to death on Chittock the day before. I won't have time to read all these. August 9th, shots fired north on Porter Street. August 9th, again, shots fired at Nelson Towers. August 9th, large brawl on Hollis Street, several AR weapons recovered. August 11th, shooting on MLK Drive. August 12th, shots fired on East Biddle at 2:40 a.m. August 12th, Sparks and Lansing. Male threatens another male with a gun. August 12th, 8 shots fired near South Ridge Park. August 12th, also double shooting on MLK of a man and a woman. August 12th, shots fired on Hinckley Boulevard, state, county, and local response. And I have more, but not enough time.
Toby Berry.
Good evening. My name is Toby Berry. I am the CEO of Community Action Agency. I have this mask stuck in my hair. Okay. Our address is 1214 Greenwood Avenue. I am here about item 1111, the change in the program guidelines for the 100 Homes program. In the memo from the city staff, they identified one nonprofit submission on the RFP. That was us, Community Action Agency. We submitted it in partnership with Habitat for Humanity. Our submission for the RFP was expensive because we built in services for 3 full years. We don't know that it'll take 3 years to find 100 eligible homeowners, but that's how we built our project. I think it's unfortunate that the value of the nonprofits that we would provide for this program was dismissed because of expense without a discussion of possible options. It also seems like there's an assumption that we already get paid to do these services so we can serve additional clients in homebuyer education. CAA does not receive $300 per person who attends homebuyer education from MSHDA. CAA receives a total of $45,000 between HUD and MSHDA housing counseling grants to provide housing counseling services in 3 counties. We have HUD certified housing counselors that are able to provide the required services for MSHDA down payment assistance. We assist families in getting prepared to purchase through credit counseling, financial management, and homebuyer education. We are well versed in walking families through this process. I appreciate the city staff in the Community Development Department and all of the work that they do. but I do believe that they have misjudged the amount of work that it will take to find 100 eligible buyers in the 60 to 80% AMI price range. Thank you.
Peter Bormuth.
Better wait. Peter Bormuth, 142 West Pearl Street. I want to speak to the gun violence real quick and note that in Ann Arbor, one of the cities that is one of the 50 best small towns to live in the United States, they have had 12 homicides since June 1st. We've had 3 all year. Now, gun violence is difficult for the police. They come, as you notice after you read, after it has happened or while it is ongoing. They are not there beforehand. They cannot take these guns away from people beforehand because of both our Constitution and the stupidity of our legislators in Congress who have not dealt with this issue. That's all I have to say on that. I want to talk about some other things. Patrick Birch was raised. Patrick Birch and Derek Dobies demolished almost 1,500 homes in Jackson. Freddie, you voted for every one of those demolitions. Those demolished homes were the housing that the poor people who are now, you're building affordable housing, one of the mayor's initiatives, you're taking care of the homeless. Well, where do you think happened to the affordable housing? You tore it down, Freddie. And you were on the board of realtors at the time. And I think you're also on the Chamber of Commerce Executive Board. And the Chamber of Commerce, Jackson was the only Chamber of Commerce I know that did not support marijuana development. And Freddie is the one who's opposed to marijuana development. Now, Leone Township got $500,000 kickback from the state in their taxes. That could be used toward your assessments. That would be another pool. That was jobs that would have been available to the people on the east side. That whole East Michigan Avenue, you go to another city and you'll see 4, 5, 6 of the old buildings remodeled, refurnished, and they're marijuana dispensaries or other marijuana-related industries. So, Freddie, you've been an impediment, and you've created the problems we're facing. And then I go to a meeting of the Homeless Council, and I hear that we're going to deal with the homeless from November 1st to March 31st. I'm telling you, Freddie, homeless people, the problems they face on the street don't start on November 1st, and they don't end on March 31st. I would like the city to address this year-round problem. I have to go down to Consumers Park. I have to call the police chief 4 or 5 times in that 2-week period to remove homeless people who are living there. That is public property. That is not private squatters' rights. Let's do something about this. Thank you, Chief Hitt.
Eric just stole your chair.
Nick Thurston.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Thurston. My address is 410 Van Buren Street, Apartment B, Jackson, Michigan. I did want to kind of sort of piggyback off what he said. There is issues with consumer protections. So I wish Kyle Wade would have stayed. But yeah, the reason why we can't use the bathrooms anymore is because they're being used for stuff that they're not supposed to be used for. Drug dealing, prostitution, people shooting up there. These policies, a lot of them were promoted previously by Derek Dobies, who's here right now, as sort of a solution. Needle programs as a solution to sort of decrease overdoses and to keep needles off the street and allow people to use, I guess, whatever addicted substances they're on in a more safe way. And the exact opposite of that is what is happening. The Reed Manor found an employee dead inside of one of the customer's apartments, and the customer was dead too. They had both died from an overdose. Derek Dobies is on the news smiling, shaking somebody's hand to install a needle program on the Reed Manor property. Previously, the homeless shelter was used to sort of pilot the needle programs, and 911 have skyrocketed since then. Almost all of the 911 calls in Jackson County are in the city. And of the calls in the city, a majority of them go to nonprofit organizations for things like overdoses, drug dealing, labor, weapons, sex, drug trafficking. These are important issues, and a lot of this stuff, the Republican Party many years ago attempted to address this through sort of a legal way to change the way that businesses in America could operate, and installing sort of a safer business practices, ending things like, obviously, human trafficking as a priority. Right here in Jackson, I see that the MLK Corridor Improvement Authority is using this to sort of market itself, the history of the Republican Party, but Jackson didn't really stick to that path of trying to protect consumers from bad business practices. Things like these needle programs are a bad business practice. They don't work. And Kyle was totally right to be upset that he's paying money for part of the park, which he can't use for his event. And a lot of people have questions about why we can't use these things. But, we really should be addressing, like, what are the ideas that are being promoted to city council members or political parties or nonprofit organizations in Jackson? Are they actually good ideas? And are they legitimate? Is what they're saying true? So, like, Community Action Agency, they get $25 million a year in funding. They do have enough money, and it is their job that they have chosen to take on to address things like homeowner education, things like that. But here they are making excuses saying that they're financially insolvent. So stuff's not really adding up. Thank you for your time.
Pete?
Do it.
I'll help you with that one.
Yeah, stall me out.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
No, how do you say it? Hold on.
Pete Schwiggerott.
Schwiggerott. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, appreciate your time. Pete Schwiggerott with Pivotal at 9100 Center Point Drive in Westchester, Ohio. Here to speak about the Blackstone. It's an item on your agenda here shortly. I don't envy you for your work, but I admire you for your work. It is truly public servant work, and I'm sure everyone here is doing the best they can and making the decisions they think are best for the community. So thank you for putting in the time, and thank you for listening to me. We were here several times regarding the Blackstone and another project, the Greenwood, helping to develop new, high-quality, affordable housing in your community. Certainly those projects have been slightly delayed, mostly because of economic challenges and the cost inflation that we've experienced over the last 3 years. When we started the Blackstone, to the time where we could construct the Blackstone, COVID-related inflation has brought an additional $3 million in cost to the development. So that has slowed us down a little bit. Never fret. We scratch and claw and find ways to fill those gaps, and fortunately, we found those gaps now. So we are targeting a closing on what will be a 53-unit affordable housing development at the corner of Pearl and Blackstone. Those units will target up to 80% AMI. There's a variety of bandwidths in there, so we're able to serve the low to moderate income families in your community with a high quality, brand new home that will include anything and everything you would expect in your own home. They're built to green standards. They're 100% accessible, so we're really excited about serving your community with that. Two pieces of legislation in front of you. First is a development agreement that assures we follow through on all the commitments that we've committed to the administration. The other is a purchase agreement, and it's essentially just an extension of the option we've already had, and we'll materialize that into a more formal contract for closing. Excuse me. We hope that will happen in early October. September. September, early to mid-September is our goal. We have a lot of great partners in this, and there's still a lot of work to do as we finalize the closing. But approving these two documents will set us up to be able to close on that pace. We certainly thank you for your time, and look forward to being further owners here in Jackson. Thanks again.
Sheila Evers.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sheila Everts. I'm the Executive Director of Greater Jackson Habitat. We're located at 251 West Prospect. I am here today to talk about the 100 homes, and the City Council will vote on the city staff to facilitate the 100 homes. Community Action Agency and Habitat joined together, as you guys heard earlier, in a joint effort to respond to the RFP that was released. We both have proven programs to serve under 80% AMI and below. However, the RFP exceeded the cost expectancy. Therefore, we are not awarded nor allowed to discuss how we could be part of this program. Based on the information we have, it sounds like developers were offered the opportunity to negotiate options. We have served this community for 34 years and CA for over 50. We have a proven track record of providing affordable homes to our community, which includes financial education, homebuyer education, and wraparound services. Toby spoke earlier about Community Action Agency and these services also. In addition, Habitat has a few lenders that will give mortgages to these homeowners below market rate and lower credit scores. During the past 6 months, I've worked closely with the city to assist and give my 20 years of experience on how we could facilitate this program. In addition, Habitat has received over 170 applications for this program at our own expense because we believed in this program. To achieve the 100 homes, approximately 2,000 applications will be needed. Even though we're a nonprofit, our costs should still be covered. So before you vote tonight, I want some of you guys to consider some questions. Who's selling the lots to qualified home buyers? Are the cities or the developers? Who's paying for closing costs at the title company? What is the budget cost for the city to facilitate this program? Who will do the financial education and homebuyer class? Will the homeowners pay for this, or will CAA, Community Action Agency, be expected to cover this cost and the increase in their class enrollment? Who will represent the buyers for the purchases of these homes? The program is for 60 to 80% AMI. And for my opinion, 75 to 80% AMI will qualify currently, but have under 60 to 75% of AMI applicants will have to be eligible for layers of funding if they're not using a nonprofit organization. This comes to my last question. Example of the property tax saving for the homeowners. As a nonprofit, the law states that new homeowner property taxes is based on their mortgage amount and not on their sales price. So if someone was to have a mortgage of $150,000, their tax base is about $45,000. If it's $130,000, it's $3,300.
$4,500.
$4,500, yes. The beacon was getting to me.
Thank you, Sheila. Maria Santana. Okay, Maria's all set. I think we're done with citizens' comment now. That brings us down to item number 8, petitions and communication from city staff and other governmental entities to be accepted and placed on file. 8.1, looking for a motion and support for City of Jackson, Michigan financial statements as of and for the 12 months ended June 30th, 2023.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimously, and that brings us down to item number 9 on the agenda, the consent calendar. Looking for a motion and support on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Can we pull 9.11 for separate consideration?
9.11 for separate consideration.
support it.
I don't think it even needs any
I don't know,
support.
it just
It's okay. Okay. So consent agenda would be for everything on consent except for 9.11 and would include 9.13, which is the the charitable gaming license.
For the Jackson County, Michigan Historical Society.
Okay. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimously, brings us down to item number 9.11, special event application for Beats in the Park.
I'll make a motion to approve for discussion.
Second.
We have the acting DDA director. I wish Kyle was still here. Looks like he left, but you know, he came up during public comment and made a lot of comments. Sounded like raising a lot of concerns. You know, he's done this in the past for the last 2 years, and I've attended one of them. They went great, and it seems like, I guess what I'd like Jackie to come up and speak to this a little bit. Like, is he prepared? In your opinion, it looks like he's turned everything in. What do you think?
Yes.
Like, what is the issue being raised here?
So I'll give a little background here. We've had a few events over the summer that have left a lot of trash in the parks. So we are now just reinforcing with upcoming events that they need to not leave the parks a mess. And so that was brought up. It's been brought up with all of the upcoming events, and including Beats on the Park. And basically what we said is you just need a plan for not leaving trash in the park. The Parks Department has agreed to add extra trash cans. We're just asking that they not be overflowing and that there not be trash on the side of the cans so that it doesn't get blown around during the weekend, things like that. As far as the bathrooms, nobody's using the bathrooms right now. That's just how it is. So any event that is being held in the public parks, they have to bring in their own bathrooms. So I don't know that there's huge issues. There may be some miscommunication with this particular event. I don't know. We're not asking for a lot of, trash removal, having a formal person coming in. It could literally be them taking the trash bags with them if it's overflowing. That's all we're asking. So.
Is there a charge for the park using on the public lands?
There's no charge for the parks. There is a $50 application fee for any special event application to use city resources. There's no other charge.
Circling back to the bathroom, I know we've talked about the bathrooms for years. So as long as I've been on council, we've talked about the bathrooms. Are the bathrooms not functioning, or is it? I know we've had issues with the bathrooms in terms of people have been staying in them overnight, so they locked them at night. But in terms of the use of the bathrooms during an event, are we just not using them? And if so, why do we even have them anymore?
I can answer that. The bathrooms, I think, are functional right now. So people sleeping in them is one thing, people doing drugs in them is another thing. But what takes the bathrooms out of service is when people smash the sinks and the toilets and make it so you can't use it. So people wonder why we can't have nice things, and this is why. And there isn't a single event held in downtown that has it together with trash. There's not. Since time immemorial.
We're just trying to help with the situation.
Even Bright Walls, even any event, trash is an issue. And we're at our wits' end because we feel like parents going around children, picking up after them, for people who disrespect the city and disrespect downtown, and then come and complain that the city isn't doing enough. Well, I don't know what we can do about that because it's their own behavior that's doing it and ruining it for everybody. Sorry for the pontification. Not actually sorry.
I just at least wanted to make that clear that, there are reasons why we don't use the bathrooms, or there's reasons why the fountain is no longer being used. And I know reasons why the fountain's no longer being used, and why we're not using the fire pit, or why we're not using certain things in downtown or in the city in general. And it's because people mistreat the equipment or the bathrooms or what have you. So I just wanted to make sure that we got that all out there. And obviously, I wish that some of the people that were raising these concerns were still here. Some of the people.
I do want to just ask a couple of questions, and I got a call from I believe Kyle's mother, and I think the big concern or question that I had at the time is like, okay, what assistance can we be? Because I know for other events, park staff has come and changed out trash and helped out at the event, and I know that we do that for other events. And that was kind of my request. I know it's an additional cost, but I did reach out to John Willis, and I know he's at a county commission meeting right now, so I don't know how much communication he's had with Kyle. But I did reach out to John Willis and say, hey, is there something that we can do from the Equity and Diversity Office to assist with this roadblock? That may not actually be a roadblock, but just kind of like enforcement of the rules. So I'm hopeful that we can help figure something out, especially because I know that we provide that assistance for other events in the community, where parks and facilities will come out and actually change the trash so it's not overflowing, because I think it's a kind of an unrealistic expectation for while an event is going on, if trash is overflowing, for them to change it, because like where would they take it to? There's not a public dumpster in the downtown area that they would be able to take that trash to. And then for restrooms, I kind of agree with the same thing. Like, we've got restrooms, they're not accessible, but I totally understand why. That I would much rather hear the complaints of the dollars that were spent prior to me being here. Important to note. On that bathroom that's down there, but the reality is, terrible things happen behind closed doors, and I would rather err on the side of safety than to open restrooms. But I do think it may be a good idea for us to consider if during like public events that those bathrooms are able to be unlocked and utilized for specific time frames during public events. And during times where the sun is still up. I don't know what that would look like or how much manpower that would take.
Already made that change, yeah.
Okay,
Open and close on events.
okay,
So they will be available during this event then?
Yeah.
okay. Thank you, Jackie.
Okay, great.
I don't know if this is for you or not, but do these, like, I don't know, does Beats and Eats, do they make money? Are they getting sponsors that are paying them, or are they nonprofits that are using the parks?
It's everybody.
Yeah, I mean, we may want to take into consideration if it's a nonprofit that's not making money, but if it's a for-profit and they're making money, you know, maybe there's a charge for picking up the garbage afterwards, because that is, I mean, they're making, and I don't know if he is or not, but I'm just throwing it out there that if someone's making money off of the event, then they may want to have we may want to charge them.
I could
some of that
understand
stuff.
that. I think that when we get in to start making rules like that we need to make sure that we're going to enforce that rule clean cut across the board for anyone, because whether it's a nonprofit or an event that's for profit, or they're making money or not making money, I think that the rule needs to be the rule. That way it doesn't matter who it is or what their purpose is for hosting an event. I think that I wouldn't see anything wrong with that, as long as the rule is enforced across the board. Right now, I think my issue is, I think sometimes we're like, hey, parks can come out, they can help clean up, they'll make sure trash is picked up during the day, we'll make sure it's all good. And I think another thing to note with the trash left over is it's not always easy to determine if it's the event host or the event that is the issue with the trash left over, because there are multiple individuals who unfortunately sleep and stay in our downtown right now, and that is a very common place for people to sleep overnight. And I've been at events where afterwards everything's cleaned up, but what happens is they ramble through the trash, and then the wind blows it around, right? Because they're looking for pop bottles, looking for cans, possibly even looking for food. But I just think that if we're going to create a rule, for me, it would be important for us to make sure that it's addressed and applied across the board for everybody.
And I'm not convinced that that's an expense that the city should bear, especially when we have roads in the condition that we have. If we knew what all of that cost, if we had an analysis of what the police, the barricades, the DPW, the parks, and Rec, all of that added up, because we're going to need to get money from somewhere to get these roads done.
I will say the other thing with regards to following the rules is it is in the paperwork that is signed in the application that the parks will be left in the condition to which they arrive. So just to put that out there. So, and that's for everybody.
Okay, so I think there's a motion on the floor right now on the item number 11 for consent. Clerk will tally and display the vote.
Can we read the motion again? I'm like confused.
Excuse me. Thank you for opening that discussion.
Is it? Okay, so just to approve the license, the application.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, motion passes, takes care of all of our consent items and brings us down to other business, item 10.1, special assessment policy.
I added it to the calendar, or to the agenda, because I think we need to address it. I think that 25% of the assessed value is high for a lot of the majority of the properties in the city. And I'll make a motion just to get it out for discussion. Unfortunately, I didn't have my notes with me when I unpacked my computer case. I'd make a motion to adopt the recommendation of the special assessment policy presented by Jason Yocum, with the exception that it shall not, item number 3 would not exceed 12.5% of assessed value, state equalized value, which is half of what it is right now.
You know,
Where are we at?
it's 10.
10. the one that
So
was
just
added.
for discussion, I'll second.
Just so you know, I didn't expect it to pass without, like, yeah, oh yeah, that sounds cool, let's do that. I figured we would need discussion to
Like the
to
motion's
talk
on the
about.
floor now, it's been moved and seconded.
So Jason, can you update us on this this work?
Yes, Councilman Dancy, the date of the memo attached to Councilwoman Schlechte's email earlier today to place this on the agenda was February 21st, 2023. I believe that was my second or third iteration to try and get this policy before council. What's been presented before you today is what I believe to be an all-around more sound policy. But there have been no significant changes since that original proposal has been made. I know I've had conversations with 4 out of the 7 of you, and the intention was, prior to presenting this policy, that I have a chance to have one-on-one conversations with the remaining 3 that I haven't spoken with. That has not taken place yet, but certainly there have been other ideas floated in regards to this policy and potential changes by various council members.
So let's, because I think this is going to take quite a bit of discussion. I would like to make sure that we do it in an orderly fashion. So we're going to do like 2 rounds of discussion. We'll see how everybody feels at that point. And I will start with Councilmember Bonnell. Oh, sorry. I was looking this way.
I thought you were being funny. You're looking at me.
You're on my
but-
mind, Karen. You're on my mind.
Okay.
Councilmember Gunn, sorry.
Yeah, so, yeah, I do remember this coming up in February, and honestly, don't feel prepared to vote on anything. I got it, this iteration at earlier today, while I was at my other job. So I was not able to prepare, thoroughly read it, and nor do I feel prepared to vote on it with confidence.
Councilmember Dancy.
Yes, I guess my question would be, so looking at special assessment like tonight, there was some like $200, $300. So I think with this, the new one, you're looking at making it straight across the board. So even so,
That's not what the plan is.
can you tell me?
So to address your question, Councilman Dancy, parts of the policy that affect those smaller assessments have more to do with the SEV cap at 25% than they do with changing the key parts of the policy that I'm proposing. So if something is going to be capped by the SEV, that part of the policy remained unchanged up until Councilwoman Schlechty's proposal.
Do you have any follow-up questions before I move to Vice Mayor? Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't feel prepared to actually make that decision today. I read it just a couple hours before coming. I did go through it, but certainly would like to be able to do some comparison and speak to this through the assessor and manager, as I normally would, to get a total understanding before I do any type of changes or votes.
Councilmember Forgray.
So when the city assessor and I first discussed this and he brought this forward to council, I was on board with it. I have been since. I think it'll make it simpler, streamline it. However, with that being said, as Councilwoman Schlechte has sometimes want to do, it's been changed. And I don't know how 12.5% is going to affect what we talked about back in February. And I can't imagine you're going to be able to tell us off the cuff what that looks like with the numbers you gave us now.
Well, I think when you, I'll at least offer you my opinion. Certainly when we have assessments the size that they are and you want to entertain, when we have projects, some of these projects, the majority of those properties are SEV capped. And so essentially you'd be cutting some of the revenue able to repair that street in half.
Okay, that's what I figured. And that would actually, I would still be very much in favor of that, but I would like to see those numbers, those tables you created of this project was this much total assessment under this policy, whether that's 12.5% or 25%, whatever it may be, SEV capped at. this is how much it would be under that policy. I'd like to see that before I voted up or down on this. Like I said, I'm very much in favor of this policy generally. I think we should, in my opinion, and I know we're going to do a round, but in my opinion, we should probably table this for a future date when we're all better prepared for it. But that's just my 2 cents.
Councilmember Brunel.
I'm going to kind of echo what a couple of other council members have mentioned. Annalita, I got this at 9:30 this morning when I was at work at my other job, and I haven't even had time to look at it yet today. So I'm not comfortable looking at it or voting on it until I've been able to talk to our city assessor, probably our city manager as well. So I would also want to table this for a future date.
Councilmember Schlechte.
Okay. Well, my expectations were that it wouldn't get voted on today, but I wanted to get it on the table. And the reason I wanted to was I've knocked on over 1,500 doors this summer, and I was on Burr Street, I was on Arnold. I only knocked on one door on Arnold, but, or two on Arnold, but this community can't afford those $10,000 assessments. And this, changing it to 12.5% to SEV would cut those in half. And most of the people that I talked to, I didn't talk to 1,500, I talked to over 500. Most people acknowledge that they are willing to help participate in the cost of our roads. But they need, as this council has heard, they need time to plan for that. And so I think an overall plan for our roads would help. They need, it needs to contribute to the value of their house. And being a realtor, I couldn't add $10,000 to the value of a house on Burr Street in the sections that these assessments were and cost they wouldn't get that back. Now, I recognize there's different ways of value. I had an extensive conversation with Jason. I think it was 2 hours. I thought it'd be 45 minutes. So I understand where he's coming from on the value as of one unit versus a front foot. And I agree with him that when I sell a house, the yard being bigger or the street frontage sometimes might add, sometimes might distract, but most of the time it's just a feature. It's not necessarily increasing the value of the property. So there's many reasons that I think it's time for us to take a look at this and analyze it, tear it apart, and come up with an equitable way of charging for assessments. I believe in assessments over taxing a millage because a millage will never go away. In the long run, it will cost our citizens more, and you're paying for the work when it's done as opposed to all of the time, and nonprofits participate in the cost of the construction of the road as opposed to if it's a millage, they do not. So I would like to see this policy fine-tuned so that our citizens can more easily afford helping us with our roads and getting them done. So that's why I put it here, and that's why I'm suggesting a 12.5, because it would be half of what you saw in the documents today, in most cases. But we have to look at caps and whether it's commercial versus residential, yada, yada, yada. So I would like to adjust my, oh, no, you need to speak. I'm sorry. Mayor?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I had what was supposed to be a lunch meeting turned into, I think, almost a 3.5-hour meeting with Jason as well. And I appreciate the thoroughness of him being able to go through and explain everything. Where I struggle at is how it's going to impact the citizens. And that's my biggest struggle. I mean, looking at the charts, looking at the way we do front footage right now, I know it's a simpler, easier way to think about doing assessment evaluations per unit instead of like how we do it now, front footage. However, I'm looking at the impact that it is going to have. Right now, with the motion on the floor, I would be an absolute no. I mean, like you said, citizens just told us they can't afford the assessments that they are getting. And from what I look at in this, and until I can see something different, what I look at in this and the charts that have been provided, the way I'm looking at this, it is going to be an increase for individuals who have a smaller current assessment on front footage versus per unit's going to increase their amount. And I'm struggling with very, very tough. It'd be one thing if the chart showed that in like fewer cases that happens, but it seems pretty consistent that individuals who have larger front footage, which I've bought a house and I've looked at property, and I know the more property you have, the higher the cost of the house is. So while it may not add any value, the front footage of the road itself, if my yard's larger than my neighbor's yard, I'm probably going to be able to sell my house for more than they would. That I just think is true, just based off of the fact that they're not making any more property in the United States of America, or any country for that matter. I don't know anybody who's able to make more land. So I think that's one thing that we have to look at, is how is this going to impact our citizens? I understand it being easier to formulate, unless there's something that's going to show me that this is going to decrease. And maybe it's that 12.5% that you're talking about. Maybe it's lowering the special assessment cap, which right now I believe is at $15,000 for residential properties. Maybe lowering that cap to guarantee that it would be lower would be something, and lowering that percentage would be something to consider. But I would need to see it. I would need to be able to see it tangibly in how it's going to impact some of the projects. Because as of right now, what it looks like it's going to do is it's going to lower the cost for individuals who have larger properties and increase the cost for individuals who have smaller properties. That I cannot stand behind. Unfortunately, I would be a hard no on this, just like I was when it was brought up the last time. And I know part of the reason that it was kind of delayed is we were trying to get a time where our assessor and I could catch up and kind of go through this in more detail. But to me, I'm having a very, very difficult time seeing how this would actually positively benefit our citizens. If that can be shown to me, if I'm missing something, then us waiting would be a good idea, because I would like to see how this is going to positively benefit the citizens in some way when it comes to the assessments. Because as it stands right now, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 different charts that I've looked at, and in every single example, it increases for individuals who have a smaller amount, and it decreases for individuals who have a larger amount. It also places a cap on commercial properties, and I know that people buy commercial properties to make money, and I understand that. However, I'm struggling really hard for, like, if there's a commercial property that has, let's say, like 40 or 50 individual units that are being, like, they got to pay rent, and that 40 or 50 unit property having a cap of $30,000, let's say, like, right at the corner of Kibbe and West Ave, right? And then right next door to there, a citizen who is a single-family homeowner, right next door, their cap is $15,000. Right now, there isn't a cap on commercial properties. I can't stand behind that either, because I have a really hard time looking someone in the face who's a single-family homeowner and saying, your cap's $15,000, but this multi-unit next to it is $30,000. That's really difficult for me. So unless there's something that I'm missing or something different, unfortunately, I will be a no on this. I will be a no on this. There's parts of it that I think that would benefit. The lowering of the cap for the residential property, the lowering of that percentage rate for the state equalized value of the assessed property. Those items I can see how that would benefit, but the overall concept of going from front foot to per unit, I don't see how that's going to benefit our citizens at all.
So I'd like to make a motion to postpone this till the next meeting. and ask Jason to get council some comparisons just based on the 12.5%. And with the front foot versus the unit.
So if I could ask for a point of clarification from Mayor Mahoney, sir. If the issue that you have between single-family residential homes and adjoining commercial properties, if you don't feel that those are fair, in your words, what would you like to see? Do you want me to come back to the table not only with a 12.5% SEV cap, but would you like to entertain a different ultimate cap for residential or commercial?
So for myself, I don't have an answer to that, Jason. What I would like to see is whatever you're proposing presented in like you given an opportunity to do an actual presentation for council so that we can all have the same information, all hear the same information, have some dialogue and discussion about it with you so we can try to figure out what is going to be best. Because honestly, I don't have all the answers. I don't have the answer to what I would like to see. I just know like what I am seeing, I don't necessarily agree with. Like I said, I think there are some pieces that I could agree with, but I think just like some of our council members have already shared, that no one was really given any opportunity to dig into this. And without it being presented at a time where you're able to give a presentation, which I think you did last time, gave a presentation on this, or at least some form. It was on the agenda. You were able to speak to it. We had some time to take a look at it. But I would really prefer a presentation. And that's just my opinion. I think this might take more than just one meeting for us to be able to knock it down.
Yes. But at least we started it.
Yeah, that's good.
So that was my intention.
Any further discussion? We do have a motion on the floor.
And that's
right
to
now.
postpone to the next meeting, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Okay, so this item will be postponed and will come under old business at the next meeting, correct? Old business, okay.
And
All
thank
right.
you for indulging me.
That brings us down to new business, item 11.1. Looking for a motion of support for a resolution to approve a contract with the Michigan Department of Transportation for work on North Street from Wisner Street to West Avenue.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
There it is.
Okay, item passes unanimously, brings us down to 11.2. Looking for a motion and support to approve a revocable license for Flock Safety for gunshot audio detection devices on public streets.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
Yes, is this like that shot spotter we tried to do, when I looked at? So what is free?
Very similar to ShotSpotter, same technology. The 1-year free trial on this, when we entered into our contract with Flock Safety for the license plate reader cameras that council approved over a year ago. Those were installed and been in operation since June of last summer to June of '22. For signing that contract, when we did, we were guaranteed or given a 1-year free trial of their technology, the Raven gunshot detection. And this is brand new. That's where the delay has been from the time we signed that contract to getting to this point. Is the technology was not out yet at the time, and they're just getting to putting this into the field.
So is this better than ShotSpotter?
It's a lot less costly if the time comes after a year, if we should choose to try to continue with this. But it is completely no charge for this first year, and we have, under the contract, we can get out of it at the end of the year at no cost.
Do you have to return the equipment?
They would come out and retrieve the sensors that are going to be installed. They wouldn't be any value to us.
Any other discussion?
Well, I just want to ask the radius or area that it would cover.
Yep, the free 1 year was a 1 square mile of coverage that they would give us. And that's the boundaries that were in the memo from the engineer's office. From the north boundary, Franklin Street, the south boundary being Prospect, the east at Cooper, and then the west at 4th Street. That is a 1 square mile area of coverage.
Okay. Seeing or hearing no other discussion on the item, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. Brings us down to 11.3, looking for a motion to support for contract award for the MLK Corridor Reimagined Engineering.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
I have one question, sorry, I have to get on the right page. Does that include a multimodal pathway?
Yes. So the plans aren't done yet, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
Passes unanimously. Brings us down to 11.4. Looking for a motion to support for change order 1 to the 2022 pavement marking contract with PK Contracting Incorporated.
Support.
It's been moved and slowly supported. This change order is in the amount of $107,882.50. Is there any discussion on the motion? It is an increase.
So with this, what streets, do we know what streets they're going to be marking or what they're going to be covering? I didn't read the whole thing. Don't tell me I didn't read. I know I didn't do it.
This does all of the major streets where the long line paints are right now. Every year we go back through and redo them. It also, we have a number of railroad crossing symbols that have worn down that we need to get those fixed. There's also probably some, and I don't know exactly where, I've got my staff looking at it, where some, like the turn arrows and onlys and things like that need to be, if they've worn out over the years, getting those taken care of also. But main thing is all the long line painting.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing or hearing no additional questions, clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimous, brings us down to 11.5. Looking for a motion and support for a change order 1 to the 2023 HMA pavement patching contract with Bailey Excavating. An increase in the amount of $39,923.75 for asphalt paving patching to the city of Jackson. Lot 21, located on Blackstone between West Michigan Ave and Pearl Street.
Support.
Moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes 6-1. Brings us down to 11.6. Looking for a motion and support on change order 2 to the 2023 HMA pavement patching contract with Bailey Excavating. It is an increase in the amount of $86,577.36 for the repair of a collapsed sanitary sewer and manhole located on Page Avenue in the intersection of Elm, and authorize city manager and city engineer to execute the appropriate documents.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
So I know there's a collapsed road by a fire hydrant off of Page by Lily Mission. What's that street? Wade. So I know that's been damaged for a while. What? Is this not part? Is this part of it, or this not part? This something different?
I think it's something different, but thanks for letting me know. We'll get to that one.
Oh, they know. They know. I call DPW. They know.
Oh.
They know. They know.
Well, you know who it is Pickett.
He's not here, he's not accountable.
Junior? Okay, just checking.
Thanks, Freddie.
Can we get a report as to how much we spend on patching our roads, please? I'd like the citizens to know how much money gets paid out for patching holes, potholes, and padding.
Okay. Seeing or hearing no other questions on the motion.
I just have a quick one, sorry.
Okay, no problem.
So it's my understanding when I read this memo that there was an emergency sinkhole situation and we currently have a temporary fix now, correct? So things are working now, at least temporarily, with this? It's not an emergency?
Unfortunately, I'm not as familiar with this one as I should be. I know that it came to, there's a request from Public Works to engineering to have a contractor go and dig this up. We got Bailey that came in, did the work. I'm not sure what the full repair to the sewer is. Is it fully taken care of? Is it a temporary fix?
All we did was temporarily fix the surface. We need to
Right.
fix this now. It's a partially blocked sand.
No, I understand. No, I understand. So is this to pay for something that's already been done, or is this a change order for something that's been temporarily fixed as an emergency fix? It's working now. I understand it's temporary, and it's probably somewhat dangerous right now, correct?
It's dangerous right now.
Yes. It's working now.
It's working now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We didn't go out for bid on this?
Nope.
Okay.
I see where you're going.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the item? Seeing and hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. All right. Motion passes 5-2. Brings us down to 11.7, looking for a motion of support to approve a revocable license for an illuminated awning for RJ's Metropolitan Ice Cream at 135 East Michigan Avenue.
So moved.
Support.
It's been double moved and supported. Any discussion on the item? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Item passes unanimously. And that brings us down to 11.8, looking for a motion of support for change order 2 to the wastewater treatment plant Clean Water State Revolving Fund 2022 improvements contract with Allied Mechanical Services. And this is for an increase in the amount of $704,785.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
I'd like to point out something.
Yes, sir.
Just so it's clear, 592,000 roughly of this is an insurance claim. So the actual funds coming out of our water and sewer funds is a lot less than this total amount. Just wanted to make sure everybody knew that.
I saw that. Thank you.
It's good to know.
Any further discussion? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
It looked like I did.
There we go. Okay, passes unanimous, brings us down to 11.9, looking for a motion of support for the sale of city-owned vacant property and approval of development agreement.
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved and supported.
Was this workforce housing? Because it wasn't in the agreement that I could see, but I reading it.
Yes, as Pete came up here and talked about, this is workforce housing for our.
Will be put in the agreement?
Yeah, I mean, it will be put in the agreement, but it also can't be anything else based on their source of funds. Yep.
Okay, passes unanimously. And brings us down to item 1110, looking for a motion and support for a budget amendment to allocate funds to the building demolition fund in the amount of $193,402 from the general fund to the building demolition fund.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Will this make 1,508 houses that we will have demolished?
Too soon.
Can we get an actual number of how many houses have been demolished in the last 15 years?
Yeah, we can try to put something together.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yes.
So I tend to agree, you know, I said in a speech at the State of the City, something to this effect too. I think we tore down too many houses in the past. I think in this case, though, we're tearing down 8 homes, 7 of which have fire damage, the last of which, all of them are vacant, foreclosed, or abandoned. So I think that's a pretty easy line to draw in this case. I'm in favor of tearing these down. With that being said, there were definitely homes in the past that we didn't have to tear down, that we did. But I think we learned from our mistakes, and this shows that we have.
Seeing or hearing no further comments, clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimous, brings us down to 1111. Looking for a motion and support to approve the revised program guidelines for the 100 Homes program.
So move.
Support.
Moved and supported.
Can
Any
we
discussion?
get Corey to talk a little bit about the concerns that were raised by the nonprofits and the change? Somebody,
Yeah, it'll be
Shane,
Shane.
Corey, yeah.
We'll be here all night. Corey talks.
Okay,
Mike, Shane's gonna go first.
Good evening, council.
thank you.
I believe a PDF of this file to address your concerns. Council had approved $300,000 for an RFP to handle the administrative cost of administering the 100 Homes program. The RFP came in around $1.9 million. Some of the specific questions here: who's selling the lots to qualified homeowners? The lots are being turned over to the builders. They're buying the lots from the city. The developers are incurring the entire cost and carrying the cost, building the house on spec. There's no cost output by the city for the build of the house. Who's paying for the closing cost at the title company? The buyer, like most every sale. What is the budgeted cost for city to facilitate? Corey worked out some numbers. He put it at about 320-some thousand, but that's on the high end. Who will do the financial education home buyer classes? Will the home buyer or homeowner pay for them? CAA cannot be expected to cover the cost. These are online Zoom classes. We can direct people to MSU Extension if need be for $25. They can do it online, or they can go to CAA's site and jump online. It's offered once a month via Zoom. Who will represent the purchaser of the home if the purchaser wants to get a real estate agent? They feel that they need one. They can pay that additional cost to the real estate agent out of their own pocket on a closing. You just tack it onto the cost of the house, I guess. But I can tell you that the builders aren't going to take it out of their pocket. They're building these with a certain margin of profit. Then they wouldn't be here today if they weren't making the margin. The program is for 60 to 80% AMI. Only 75 to 80 can qualify. Several layers. Well, we can expect that some people might have to come to the table with some money out of pocket. These houses are affordable houses, some of the most affordable ever being built in our community. We're not going to be able to check every box for everybody. Just being honest, 100 homes, $25,000 from us, $10,000 from the state. That's $35,000 on a $175,000 build that's being built for $190 and sold for $190 in our community. People are going to walk in and have $50,000 in equity walking in. I think that's a pretty good deal. Not going to check every box. So I did look at the RFP pretty close. 100 homes closing, that's 4 closings per month, 1 closing per week. 22,000 people, that we need into the queue to get 100 buyers. That's 4 people per day that we can accept into our queue. I've got a qualified person can go through that, shuffle out the people who don't qualify. We can do a pre-qual on our own. We've already got the system built. And then we've already got relationships with lenders. We can say, here's a group of lenders, customer, go choose the lender you want. So we were a little struck by the RFP wanted 2 full-time equivalents, 1 part-time. I've got 2 staff. They're going to put time into this, and they're going to probably allocate sometimes 10% per day of their day, sometimes 50, sometimes 100, just depends. But the bottom line, I've got 4 closings per month, 1 closing per week, 2,000 people to put through in 500 days worth of work days. That's assuming people work 5 days a week, 10 days off a year. That's 250 days they'd be working. That's 4 people a day to kind of sift through their paperwork, see if we should push them on. Make sure they have their certificate from MSU Extension or another qualified facility. We've got a couple others here. Lansing, Kreitz Road, Zeeb Road in Ann Arbor. We've got ways to get people trained up on getting their certificate to get first-time home buyer. So, are there any questions?
I feel like you're irritated with us.
No, I'm not irritated at all. It's a.
Well, we're here too.
Yeah.
And I really feel like you're offended having to come up here and answer those questions, and I personally don't appreciate that. I mean, we are legitimately.
Cut him some slack. It's 9:45 at night. He's been up for a while. Like, I think you're reading a little too much into this.
Okay, well, this is $6.5 million that the city's handing over to buyers. And plus the cost of the staff that the city's gonna be putting into it. I don't wanna minimize our nonprofits' time and effort, so maybe this shouldn't have put it at the beginning of the agenda so that no one's irritated, but I just don't feel like I feel like you're irritated being here.
Is there, I'm sorry, is there a question that you wanted to ask him?
I do want to ask what the nonprofits came in at and the concerns raised about being able to negotiate that.
Yeah, this is a $2.5 million ARPA allocation for $25,000 down payment assistance. Nonprofits came in at almost $1.9 million in addition to that. Council allocated $300,000. Council, I don't feel, has the appetite to allocate another $1.6 million of ARPA funds for us to put towards admin cost. And I apologize, Councilwoman Schlechte, I'm not irritated. The comments made were a little disingenuous earlier. We sent emails to the nonprofit with our concerns, sat down and talked with them, and I'm just a little surprised.
So have you referred this, because this came from the Affordable Housing Commission, the 2.5 million, and it was they're the ones who are supposed to kind of spearheading this. Has this gone back to them for their feedback? I recognize that 2 of the nonprofits sit on that commission, but I would think that would be very important to get the feedback of the entire commission.
Corey's had a ton of discussion. This has been a program that works for months and months and months. A lot of thought put into it, tons of discussion. We've been extremely open and transparent all the way, and I can let Corey speak to that. Corey, would you like to come up here and speak to that? Your discussions, please.
But if he's inviting me up, you don't know how long I'm going to be. I mean, it's 9:51, but I feel good.
I think the concern was with him.
I had some coffee before I came, so just get ready. No. I will echo what Shane said in that I think the amount of staff time that's been put into this has been substantial, and that's not stated as a negative, but really more of a positive. I think my kids are probably bored to tears that this is all we talk about at dinner every night. The level of excitement from me, from Shane, from our staff, it's really substantial. The ability for this project to have, I think, one of the most meaningful impacts that we've been able to be a part of in a long time is not lost on staff, nor myself. I think, Mayor Mahoney, you said at one point, this combined with some of the other housing initiatives will construct more homes than what have been constructed since World War II. And that's a soundbite that we use, but it's a reality that we keep in the front of our heads. I think to speak to this program guideline change in particular, we love our nonprofits dearly. They serve our community exceptionally well, and they serve us as a city. They're good stewards of our CDBG funds, in some cases our home funds, in some cases other funds that we receive. We have an amazing relationship with them. In this particular case, I think we would have loved numbers that we could have done a little more with. I think we really, really love the opportunity to partner with our nonprofits. But at the end of the day, we recognize that we need to be good stewards of these ARPA funds. That's our job, as city staff. And I think the city's done an amazing job utilizing their ARPA funds so far. I think, Councilwoman Schlechte, to your point, we are beyond grateful that council has gone with us in this journey. Sometimes it's felt like we are building the plane as we fly it, and that's because we've got a tight timeline with ARPA funds. But I think we're really grateful that council has stood behind the 100 homes concept, the $2.5 million to down payment assistance. That's a huge number, and the ability that it has to transform this community one family at a time or one neighborhood at a time is really huge. And so looking at the ability to administer this program nonprofit-wise versus in-house-wise, we really felt like we could be slightly better stewards of these ARPA funds if we administered it in-house. And this was not an easy choice, frankly. I mean, it was time and time to sit down and go over this. Is it possible? How will it work? What will it look like? Shane talked about staff capacity and hour allocations and just how that work will get done. We've got a new staff member that will help, of course, but really sitting down and having honest conversations with the staff. Can we do this? And the answer was unequivocally yes. Not just my pie-in-the-sky excitement, which you can probably hear, but realistically looking at it and saying, yes, we can do right by this project. We can administer these funds. We can do a great job at it, and we can really bring this project to the finish line. I'm excited. Frankly, selfishly, I'm excited to have the opportunity to continue this internally. I'm super pleased with the support. And so that's why you have that change in front of you this evening.
But this iteration was not presented to the Affordable Housing Board. To answer your question, Councilmember Schlechte.
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no,
correct.
yeah, I didn't mean to glaze over that question, no. All the other iterations were given to the AHDB for their consideration. Staff felt with this one that we could make these changes on our own and bring it back to council without the need to go back to the Affordable Housing Board on this particular set of changes.
Well, I personally think that there's some brilliant people I personally think that there's some brilliant people that the mayor's put on that commission, and they're there for a reason. Good, I think I said this on Jeremy's Facebook page, that good criticism creates good policy. And I would like to see it go back to the, before its final vote, go back to the Affordable Housing Commission for its opinion. That's why we have that commission there, and that's why it was thoughtful as to who was going to be on that commission. So I'd like to amend the motion to have it go referred back to the commission for review and comments.
So what will that do to the timeline, the plans? I feel like there's some concern about that. Do you want to address that?
I can address that. It puts us back even longer. We need to start moving.
I'm sorry. Clerk just pointed out, we would need a second on the motion prior to going into discussion.
Okay, so I will second the motion to continue discussion.
It delays us, and it delays us unnecessarily. We have the capacity to do it. I don't think there's any, so we tell the Affordable Housing Development Board that we have the capacity to do it, and they agree, or they don't agree. The staff recommendation doesn't change. We can do this in-house. We should do this in-house. We should do it today. We should start today. TikTok.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd also like to point out, it was mentioned, I'll echo Corey's remarks. I think the nonprofits in this community, the two in this particular case, do amazing work, and we're all grateful for it. I think you have to take into account, too, that they're the ones sitting on that board. So if you go back and say, what do you think about this? That's probably going to color some of their thoughts on the matter, right? And something we should probably consider if we wanted to go down that route.
Yeah, I just think it's about process, not about, and certainly they would abstain from voting if it had anything to do with something that was going to directly affect them, the two nonprofits that are here today. But I think it's just a matter of process.
Yes, I guess I have a question that don't have anything to do with the motion.
So the motion, you have a
So we're
question
just
about
in
motion?
discussion right
Oh,
now.
I can
Yeah.
just say what I
we're
want to
just-
say.
Yeah.
Just talk. So I guess my question is, I'm looking at the education. So I haven't looked into it, and you're saying that the education can be online. To me, that don't seem personal, but I don't know. Is that what I've been to in the past? I've been set in on the training that CAA was doing with education for people who want to first buy homeowners, and that one there was in person. So I'm just trying to understand why do we think staff has the knowledge to go through the education about purchasing a home, what training, what knowledge we have from that, and then just like when we talk about homelessness, why are we doing that when people who does this every day? Then we don't do this every day. So what training do we have that says that we can go in and train people, first homeowners, first buyers?
So I'll let Seth answer that question, and I'll make my comment after that.
I think if you heard Shane and Corey, we're gonna get the training we need to do to get this. Running a program like this isn't foreign to us. We already have our homeowner rehab program. We already have the existing staff in place. We already know the nomenclature. We know what we need to do. I mean, Corey just said it. We have all the forms written. It's not rocket science. We're talking about financial education. A lot of it is also going to be handled by the lender, who has to deem these people creditworthy, and talking to them. It's going to take everyone to make this happen. Corey, help me.
You were well on your way there, but I was trying to avoid talking more. Councilman Dancy, to your point, I think City Manager Green got started on the right path there. The services will not be offered directly by the city. There are more than a handful of options, both online and in person, that MSHDA advertises in particular. We are preparing kind of those final checklist documents for home buyers that will be in the program, and they will have a wealth of options where they can select whatever homebuyer education course they want to participate in, and it will not be taught by our staff because we won't have that level of training. We're going to have a lot of other training to get them in the pre-qual process, to get them through the process step by step, step 1, step 2, step 3, all the way down. Homebuyer education class, you qualify for your down payment money. Now here's a list of lenders in the area and the services that they're going to offer, and the ways that they're going to help you get to the finish line. So this is going to, as we run through that pre-qual process, it's going to kind of go step by step through that. We'll handle what we can. We'll make sure that the home buyer has a million options to handle what we can't or choosing not to. And then at the end, it will go right to a lender for a regular conventional mortgage, just like any other home purchase. And we will kind of facilitate that whole process and walk people through and handhold as little or as much as needed. I think our goal is to make sure that a home buyer is supported through the entire length of this process. We wouldn't be doing our job if a home buyer had questions that we couldn't answer or chose not to, or felt uneasy or uneducated or unprepared. If that happens and they get toward the end of the line, we have missed steps, and we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen.
I just think that's a lot to ask of our staff to do what you're asking them to do. I mean, I can tell you, how many buyers did they say they needed to run through that? 2,200 to get 4 closings a week, or a month, one a week. That's a lot of time with buyers that your staff, one person or two, it sounds like 2 people. I can tell you personally, that's a lot of time, especially when you were talking about 60 to 80% area medium income. That's a lot of education that needs a lot of hand-holding. And what happens to their other workload, the home improvement loans, which are vital to this community for the houses, to maintain the houses that we have and the people who need those programs. I just think it's a lot. I mean, I'd rather see you are you taking the $310,000 that the city authorized, that council authorized, and is that applying towards your administrative costs?
Oh, yeah, because we think we can do it for that much. And I know my staff can do it.
So I think one, from my perspective, with a program like this, to me, it's important to know what percentage is actually going back into the program for the purpose that we're designing the program. Because to me, it sounds like at $1.9 million additional for administrative cost, out of a 2.5, I see you shaking your head, no, what?
It's not apples to apples. The 1.9 was not just administrative costs. There was a lot of other costs in there with wraparound for a 3-year program. So it's a little misleading when you're talking 1.9.
So I'm just comparing the dollar amounts.
Right, you're comparing
Right,
dollar
for the
amounts.
facilitation of the program. So I'm just comparing dollar amounts for the facilitation of the program itself. I think looking at that, that's a pretty high dollar amount. Out of a $2.5 million allocation, that's a high dollar amount. So I think we will be left with saying, do we want to do less homes, or are we going to put more money into it? I think that if the staff is saying that they could handle the program, and it sounds like they've done a pretty deep dive on what it would take to run the program.
I'm thinking of the buyers, though. I mean,
Yeah, me too.
You are gonna, and go back, I mean, has anybody gone back to CAA and Habitat and said, what can we get for $310,000? I mean, I'd rather see a buyer represented that understands what they're walking into versus just pushing them into a house that's gonna end up costing them more in taxes. They're not gonna have the money for the blinds. I'm sorry, that's a pet peeve of mine. How are they gonna get the wash?
I don't have money for blinds.
Huh? What?
I said, I don't have money for blinds.
Exactly. You know, I mean, it's a huge, it's a neighborhood issue. Blinds are a neighborhood issue, I'm telling you. And how do they get the washer and dryer to help keep their clothes? I mean, there's a lot to helping someone get into a house, just working with the buyer in and of itself.
I think I want to draw us back just a little bit
Mhm.
first, right? So like right now, the motion on the floor is to send this back to the Affordable Housing Commission. That's the current motion that's on the floor. So I think that we need to kind of take a step back. I'm not saying we have to end discussion on the subject, but right now, I would like us to focus on like concerns with the motion itself right now. Is there any questions, comments, or concerns with the motion that's on the floor right now, which is to send the issue back to the Affordable Housing Commission?
You know, for me, I think if we did that, you know, looking at time, it had to be a special meeting. I'm talking about a special meeting like this week, Thursday, or Friday, for the House and to do that, instead of waiting until, you know, the first Tuesday of next month. So for me, I think unless they have a special meeting, I don't know how we can do that.
Yeah, I think for me, like, I mean, I think it's important to consider exactly what Will said. Like we're sending this back, and two of the members are the two people who applied. Now, granted, they may, you know, abstain from voting on however the vote happens, but their opinion would be given there as well. And I think that I don't really see any benefit in postponing this. I think like I think we have to, at some point, we have to trust the staff and their ability to do what they said that they can do. I don't think that they would say, well, we can do this if they had any concerns about if they could actually run the program.
Well, I have no doubt that the staff could run the administration of the lots and the builders, and my concern is with the purchasers of the property and making sure that they understand what they walk into, and a lender doesn't do that on their own. I can guarantee you that. I've done this for 40 years.
Mishta does that, right? It's the classes we're talking about.
The classes you're not going to learn it all from the classes. It's the hand-holding. The classes are just a part of it. These people are in the 60s. We're trying to lift them up and not bury them further. And it's the independent voice that helps get them to where they really need to be. And classes are just a small part of it. They're probably not, if they're on Zoom, they're probably not listening. They're probably doing something else, because I don't know about you, but that's often what I do when I'm on Zoom.
I have to write that down.
Yeah, I know, so you'll have to call me on it next time you see me on a Zoom thing. So I'm not questioning the staff's ability on the builder side, because we have Brian Taylor, we have the skill set of our inspectors. I'm concerned on the buyer side, the buyer's representation.
Shane, can you talk to us about timeline?
Yes. We have until 2026, I believe, to utilize all the dollars. The builders that put in the RFPs, they're on a tight timeline. We're fortunate to have them in our community, honestly. I mean, it was cold call, not quite begging, but pretty darn close. We have to have a builder. And to answer to the education piece, that's a personal decision no matter what, where people live. No matter what, it's a personal decision. And everyone who goes to the home buyer class gets the same literature, the same thing. Now, I bought a lot of houses. I've never had anybody sit down and educate me about my future finances and act as a financial advisor for me. Someone still can get that help if they want it. If they decide that they want to have a buyer's agent, they're more than able to do so. The way we keep costs down and the margins where they have to be, and to get these 100 homes built, is not have that built automatically into the system. Everybody has the option to have that if they want that. And I'm not at all saying because somebody is 60% AMI that they're less educated than me. I would never, ever allude to that.
So any other questions at this time on the motion that's on the floor? Just on clarity of the motion itself.
Tell me which
The
one
motion
we're
is
talking.
to send the issue back to the Affordable Housing Commission.
I just send it back. Okay. I don't think my question is around that. It's kind of intermingled in my head, but, you know, I trust the council, but I also want to make sure, or the staff, I'm sorry, the individuals understand, because the buyers understand how to manage and get things going for themselves and stay on top of that. So I have a little concern with that, and I know that the staff will work with them on that, but I don't know what I'm saying. I guess I'm torn right now, going one way or the other. The cost is also playing a factor in it, but I do trust that the staff will do it. But hopefully people won't lose track of themselves if we... I guess I need to stop talking because I'm confusing myself even more. But I have concerns on every part of it. Don't get me wrong. I'm just going to have to make a tough decision today.
So I know we went through this once before, called something and go back to, I don't know if it has to, but we went through this issue once before with the sculpture and everything, with the design. So that part didn't go back through. So And we had about a couple-hour discussion on that. I don't, do it need to go back to, that's how we do things, that's what it should, that's what we should be doing it, or should we just, yeah, I'm sure you said no. And I know it's a timeline. I know, we talking about October, breaking ground on the homes. But still, I just think we set one precedent. We just can't just not look at everything else.
Would an option be to offer $1,000 instead of the city taking $310,000 for your administration? Take some of the load, the buyer's side of it, off of your staff, and offer a $1,000 payment to a buyer's agent for each buyer that goes into a house. That's just a nominal. You might get some interest. I think a buyer's agent would need to know about new construction, but that's a different conversation.
You could do that. I would just worry that my concern is that you're not having the same concerns about staff giving people education, but you're going to just assume a realtor or real estate agent can do it.
Well, they are
I don't think you can
educated.
assume that. They're educated in transactions. They're not educated in financial education.
Where's their incentive? I mean, their incentive is to close the deal.
I beg
I
to
don't think that's what
differ.
our staff incentive is.
You guys I just heard numbers that we're going to have 4 closings a month. I think the incentive would be for someone as a buyer's agent to build a relationship with a future home seller, I guess. But they would be, there's tons of realtors. I mean, I could, Dana Brown, there's.
For $300,000, I could hire a gold-plated financial educator to do all of this.
Boy, you guys are really minimizing the value of a realtor, so.
I don't think anybody's minimizing it. I think that, I'll just stop it. I don't think anybody's minimizing the realtor. I think one of the options that was missing, that's being overlooked, is that the buyer does still have the option, if they would like a buyer's agent, it would just be costs that they would have to incur. I think that the big thing is these are homes that an individual is essentially walking in with built-in equity of $50,000 with the way that the program is currently designed. Again, I think for me, it just comes down to purely to the numbers themselves. It comes purely down to the numbers themselves, the amount of people that we will be able to serve at the formula that we have created right now in comparison to the other option. I think that, I'm pretty solid on where I stand on the issue.
I'm still confused where the 50,000 is coming from. 25's from the city.
I'll allow him to explain that again.
The nearly identical houses that will be built are selling right now for $189 and $190. We're gonna put up houses next door to the same structures like in Maltby and Ganson, the same builders. They're selling this for $189, $190. We have homeowners that are gonna get into this product for $175. Full appliance package except for washer and dryer, air conditioning, brand new home for $175. So from what market is bringing to what they're getting it for, that's $15,000 already. Mischa will give $10,000, and we're going to give $25,000.
That math checks out.
Thank you.
That's
Because
just,
I saw you nod.
that's just assuming that the equity's still there by the time these are built.
I think
so.
we make that assumption in the market across the board, with every house, everywhere.
You either make that assumption or you cross your fingers, right? Like when we bought our house, we're like, yeah, as long as 2007 doesn't happen again, we're in great shape.
Yeah, I don't think
So.
2007 will happen again, but.
Okay, I think at this point, the clerk will tally and display the vote on sending this back to the Affordable Housing Commission. A yes vote would send it back. A no vote, we would move forward to the next.
So that's coming up for me.
Item, which would be,
Oh, I see, okay.
okay, item passes, or excuse me, the motion fails, 2 yays to 5 nays. So I think back to the original motion, which I hope we don't have to have further discussion on, but if we do, I'm totally okay with that. Would be to approve the development agreements and lot purchase for the 100 home project.
So these are the revised guidelines.
Correct.
The next vote's going to be on the development agreement.
Oh, excuse me, I skipped ahead. 1111, so to approve the revised program guidelines. Thank you. Thank you. Seeing or hearing no discussion, the clerk will tally and display the vote. And the item passes 5-2. And that brings us down to 1112, but I would like to make a motion for us to take a 5-minute recess.
Support, we need a vote on that?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll support that.
Any discussion? Seen or hear none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed the same. We will return at 10:20.
The poor guy in the back was gonna keep his hand up the whole time. I knew. He didn't understand what was going on. Could I have anthrax in it?
My phone's already in Do Not Disturb because I would be asleep right now. There's like a little bed on there, like sleep time. reach out to a couple of people that are on the housing commission and see if they'll respond to me. And then, yeah.
That timer is my alarm going off that it is time for us to return from recess. Can we get a motion and support for us to return from our
moved.
5-minute recess?
For sure.
Support.
It has been moved and properly supported for us to return from our recess.
Sorry, you're engaged. Yep, let me see. This isn't my real one, I'm getting it on Saturday.
Any discussion on the motion?
Congratulations.
I would just pause for just 2 moments for our other member to return.
Cool. Well, I'm anxious to hear all about it, probably at a time.
Okay. Motion and support is on the floor for us to return from our recess. All in favor say aye. Well, actually, we gotta wait for the clerk. Hold on.
Aye.
Oh, we gotta wait for
We gotta wait for the clerk.
There she is. Is she bringing candy or
I was
dinner?
hoping she- something. We thought you went out for pizza for us or something.
Can we order pizza? Is it too late?
Okay. Will just went to. Oh, good. I know it. He just went to go grab a water right quick.
I've got a couple swings.
Okay.
Okay. So all in favor of us returning, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the same. All right, we are down to 11.2. Looking for a motion and support to approve the development agreements for lot purchase for a lot purchase agreement for the 100 home program.
So moved.
11.12. Did I say 11.2?
Yeah, I think
probably
so.
did. Sorry, I'm getting a little delusional.
I was picking up what you were throwing down.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and supported.
Can we
Any
split the
discussion on the
Can
item?
we split the question? There's 2 developers, right?
I don't mind that.
Thank you.
So let's go. Hold on a second here. So approved. So let me see here. I gotta get the buyer name. Sorry. So let's go Norfolk first. Looking for a motion and support.
I make them, go ahead.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Can I get a clarification on what we're doing?
Mm-hmm. So there are two different developers. Shane, could we get you back in the meeting for a moment?
Well,
I sent him a text.
are we splitting this with
Yeah, so-
names?
Yeah.
That's all
Yeah.
I
Yep, that's
still
all.
need Shane.
That's all.
Yeah,
So-
I just wanted to clarify the numbers, because one is 70,
Norfolk has 76.
there we go, Norfolk 76, and then Paragon is 24.
There we go.
Okay, so there's a motion and support on the floor.
Mhm.
Any discussion?
I'm curious as to how you got to 76 and 24
For the homes.
for the homes.
For the developers.
Oh, I get that.
So let's catch you all the way up to
I
speed.
mean, how come
Let's
one
catch you all the
builder's
way up
doing
to
one
speed.
and one?
We split the motion. And right now, the motion on the floor is Norfolk for the 76.
I'm just
So
curious
now
how you
that-
came up with the 76 for Norfolk and 24 for Paragon. That's just what they said they could do?
75 of these, we'll give you free air conditioning in a full package here.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know.
Economies of scale, right?
Economies of scale. And
Okay.
so they made good, even though we said, hey, we can go with 76, they didn't back up and say, that's kind of, crappy business, you're just going to take 76 just to get the free air conditioning. They didn't do that.
I'm not questioning.
Yeah.
I was just curious how you came up with the number.
And I'm
So-
being honest with you, I mean, we want to be entirely transparent and on the third floor, and I want to be transparent with my partners in this, so I don't want to burn any bridges. I want to be honest, so that they know.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay, seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
It's because they're separated out, so that's for Norfolk and the other one will be for Paragon. Because there's two contractors building. Don't ask me that.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Now we are looking for a motion of support for Paragon on the 24.
So moved.
Moved and supported. Any discussion?
Yes, I have a concern. It appears that Paragon is affiliated with CVE Homes, and the reputation of CVE is not stellar, and I would be opposed to Paragon Building Company.
Is there any other comments? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Motion passes 6-1. Brings us down to 11.13, looking for a motion and support for the resolution for the grant agreement with the Michigan State Housing Development Authority.
So moved.
I don't have that on mine.
Moved and supported. Any discussion on the item?
Oh, here we are. Who's going to build these homes?
You can come up, I don't really think we have to identify that, do we? The bitch grant.
No, we haven't put an RFP out for that yet. This is just the beginning stages. Staff wrote a grant. They did a stellar job on it, had huge accolades from the state, said we were one of the best grants they've seen, and they're going to give us the most amount we asked for. And would you like to build some homes? And we said yes. So that's the first step here, and then we'll do the RFP. Probably Corey's a little tight right now. He'll put the RFP out. It'll be on your agenda for, the wording for the RFP will probably be out on your agenda for the next council meeting, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Any additional comments, questions, concerns from council? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Brings us down to, oh, sorry, hold on. Moving a little quick. Excuse me. Passes unanimously, brings us down to 11.14. Looking for a motion and support for a change in scope of social workers for the GVI
So moved.
program. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Can we just have some, Director hit a little background on what it's going to do, how it's going to change the scope of the program?
Yeah, initially, when the ARPA funds were approved, the social worker positions were specifically going to be used for our violent offenders, for the GVI program. Through conversations with Lifeways, that is where we're looking at one of our social workers being a Lifeways employee. Certainly, we have needs in this community outside of are violent offenders. So if we have a social work in-house at the police department, we want to be able to utilize them for other members in the community as well that are in need of services. And Guidehouse, the city's consultant for ARPA funds, highly recommended. For transparency, to make sure council knows that those positions will be used outside of just the group violence intervention, and get that approved.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or concerns from council? Seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
We're good. I read that. Yeah. The recommendation, I think we're good. Sorry. It scared me. No problem.
Waiting on you. There it goes. That happened to me earlier too. Me? I did too. I don't know why I didn't print. Glad I didn't bring my dog home.
Okay, item passes unanimously. It brings us down to 11.15. Looking for a motion and support for the development agreement with Pryor's Barbecue House LLC.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on the item?
So, with this agreement, it just took a long time to get to this?
It took a really long time. This has been in process since about 2016, 2017.
Yeah, I know. It's been out there for a while.
It has been.
So why it take so long?
Well, for the last 3 years, I've dropped the ball, and the 3 years before that, my predecessor dropped the ball. So there's no other way to say it than that. It did take some time to find all the paperwork and get things around when I took it over, but we were able to work through it.
So he's getting reimbursed?
He's getting reimbursed.
Okay. It's him, not the
Him.
contract? Okay.
No, he doesn't, they already paid the contract. They don't need more money.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure. It's been a long discussion. Thank you.
Seeing or hearing no other discussion, the clerk will tally and display the vote. Passes unanimously and brings us down to 11.16. Looking for a motion and support to approve the zoning map amendments on parcel number 8-23490 East Ganson Street and parcel number 8-23560 on North Mechanic Street.
So moved.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Seeing or hearing none, clerk will tally and display the vote.
You can't vote twice, so won't you?
Passes unanimous, brings us down to 11.17, East Michigan corridor discussion. I'll start. I think that the city has the capability to walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, which means we can focus on multiple areas in the community at the same time as we have been doing. Myself and I think quite a few other individuals in the room were able to attend a meeting that was held held at the American One building over at the fairgrounds, that was hosted by Martha Firstenoff from American One to begin some discussion on doing some development on the east side of the city. And from a city perspective, I think like considering the impact that I know that the MLK corridor is going to make in that portion of the city, which is essentially a corridor just like this could be for the east side. I think from a city perspective, it would be a good idea for us to consider having an east side corridor. It's much needed. I live literally right between the south side and the east side, and many of the needs that are present on the south side are also present on the east side as far as need for additional development to happen. So I wanted to bring this up for discussion and see where we can go with it.
Well, go ahead, Freddie. It's your side. It's your neighborhood. You go for it. I do think we need a East Michigan Avenue corridor study so that we have that in place. Since MDOT is starting their construction on Dwight Street to the east, we should know what we're going to do from the railroad station to the east. And then the DDA goes over to just past the hospital. So I believe the DDA's focus, and Freddie sits on that board, so he can confirm that they were going to they're focusing on that. So between those two things, I think those would equal and be easier to pull together than a corridor authority and get a lot more done faster.
So, I know we've been talking about this for a while. It came up years ago, then COVID hit, then it went away. There's just a lot of things going on, trying to go on. The DDA, I think they know how I feel. I haven't held back on what I think about not the DDA, but mainly the people who've been in charge of the DDA, he run DDA. I know, like I said, go up to the hospital. I ain't gonna say no love, nothing has been shown in the past about DDA towards the east side, and DDA cover a lot. I know I look at the corridor, just where would it run? We have some discussion, where would it be? But I always thought that there's always been a great time for development there. Have had conversation, had talks with business owners, potential business owners. I know a lot of people say Wally, but I think there's more opportunities on the East Michigan, more than just Wally. But he has a lot. So yeah, we just started this conversation. I think that since we work with the MLK corridor, have that experience. We can look into maybe a corridor on the east side, or business, or some kind of business corridor, or just looking at development. Have more discussions with that. So I don't know. I just frustrated with DDA. But there's no secret.
From what I gathered from the conversation, many of the business owners in that strip that's between the train tracks and the hospital don't feel a part of the downtown area. And I think that many of the citizens in the community don't even look at that as part of the downtown area, because it is a clear cutoff from, unfortunately, urban renewal when the state building was put to literally cut Michigan Ave off. right? Like, who made that decision? Because that didn't make any sense.
Former mayor.
You said who?
A former mayor.
Hmm.
I about threw up when I read the
I was
article.
going to say something, but I'm going to hold that comment. But yeah, I think that was unfortunate because that really kind of ended any opportunity for that portion to be included. And I think that I think it would be, one, we can have plenty of discussion. I think if, a study could be done. But I know for MLK Corridor, part of that, like as far as like a study was part of the process of going through the creation of that corridor. One thing I know for sure is that the interest is there. Laura, did you attend that meeting?
Mhm.
I think we were there at the same time. I know Jonathan attended. I know Freddie attended. I'm not sure if any other council members were able to make that meeting. But as I sat there, what I looked at is this is the body of like invested, interested individuals that could be the East Side Corridor. It definitely would take some conversation with the DDA, because I understand that we would definitely need to look at like how that would impact the DDA if that portion were to change. But there's more than just that strip from the Conies down to the hospital that those citizens are also concerned about. I think this would also be, and I'm of the mind that it's better to like invite people in for change to happen than to exclude people. And we all know that the lion's share of that portion is owned by one individual. One thing I'm not for is like trying to penalize someone to get them to move on their own property, right? Because they bought that property, they acquired it, they own it, and like what they do with it is frankly their prerogative. And I think unfortunately we haven't built strong enough relationships with some of those individuals, and they may be a little sour with the city, but this is an opportunity for us to pull them in, figure out what it's going to take for them to get some of their properties back on the roads and back being used, and an opportunity for us to have another group focusing solely on that particular part of the community. Because to me, that east side loop, as far as like having discussions of where it could stretch to, could go from that across the train tracks area, Conies, down Michigan Ave to like Elm, come back across to Ganson and come back down Ganson. I don't know if that's too large of an area because there's all kind of nuances that you have to like take into consideration when you're creating a TIF zone that. And I'm not an expert in that. But I think that's why we would have this group designed to be able to go down that road. Because even if it couldn't immediately include that area in that area, and I think it would lighten the load of the DDA and having them have to stretch their focus outside of where they're focused at currently. So that's my opinion. I wish I could have invited some of the individuals who were at that meeting. But they're all in full support. We got a lot of powerhouses who are in full support of us moving in this direction to create some type of east side corridor.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
So I'd like to agree with everything you said. I want to put some of it into context too. So I agree that the DDA hasn't shown a lot of love to the east side of the city. It hasn't shown a lot of love anywhere, and it's through no fault of their own. It's the fault of that giant parking deck next to Consumers. That's where all of their money has gone for the last 23 years. And it's going to stop going, at least the vast majority of that, in 2 years. So if you look at our budget, in 2 years, the majority of those bonds will be paid off, and the DDA is looking at multiple millions of dollars that they're going to have in revenue, in TIF revenue, that used to pay for those parking decks. They're going to have annually, millions of dollars a year. So I agree that I think past the hospital, I think this is a great idea. I think the DDA is going to be a reinvigorated and a totally new DDA sooner than we realize. I just want to point that out.
That's great information. That's the first time I've heard that.
Used to work here.
He's got some insights.
I
too.
read the budgets before I vote on them too. So, yeah.
Well, I'd like to start with a corridor study, because you get that corridor study, then you've got a document that MDOT works with. And the multimodal pathway document has a really great rendering of what East Michigan Avenue could look like, whether it's realistic. Probably only John Dowling could tell us that. But I'd like to think it's realistic, though.
I did hear that MDOT project is somewhere around like 10 years out.
Well, I also heard that they would move it up if we had a corridor study done. But they're starting on Dwight, so we got to know what we want the whole thing to look like if we want it to start right, even though they're down at Dwight. Dwight isn't any less important than the rest of East Michigan Avenue.
Man.
I mean, maybe what you look at is a redrawing of the lines of the DDA.
All ideas tonight for this topic have been really good ideas. There's some nuances with everything. Redrawing the lines has a fair bit of nuances with the TIF legislation. The bonds being paid has a good opportunity, but there's nuance to that with the TIF plan, because that may need to be amended, and the taxing jurisdictions may have an opportunity to opt out. So there's some nuance to everything. I think first and foremost, though, I was at the American One meeting. I've been DDA director. I was at their last meeting and go to their meetings regularly where they talk about the east side. I think first and foremost, the city should start having some meetings over there, because before we talk about where we want to go, quite frankly, the city's got some lumps it needs to take. The people and the businesses over there need to have an opportunity to tell us how we've screwed up for the past 30 or 40 years, to get it off their chest. The only way we're going to move forward and coalesce around any plan is if we can get the real stakeholders, the property owners, into a meeting and to let them talk and let them tell us their experiences. Because we have some great ideas up here, but we need to listen more than we speak right now. And I think if it's left up to me, would have some, they wouldn't be city council meetings, they'd be city manager informational meetings, when I'd bring our city planner along and our economic developer, and definitely invite the DDA. But they're really just listening sessions, so people can tell us how bad we've been and how much we've ignored them. We need to clear that hurdle first before we can start moving forward. Because I do know that probably the last DDA director's feet on the east side were mine, when I was fresh-faced and walked up and down East Michigan Avenue to try to build that bridge way back then. And we need to keep doing it. So before we talk about multimodal plans and before we talk about TIF and corridor, we need to listen. And we need to listen for a while, for a second.
So.
Because those things need to be brought up, but we need to listen to what those responses are. Because, hey, guys, we have some ideas about what could work. What do you think about them?
So if a motion was made for that direction to be given to the city manager, and then have this issue brought back in the first meeting in October, would that be an adequate amount of time?
I think we can throw something together, and if I can't, I'll let you know.
Okay.
September's busy, but we got to staff
we
for
go
that.
second meeting in October?
That'd be fine.
Okay.
Because maybe we can get 2 in or something.
Couldn't we do, though, a motion to also get an RFQ for a corridor study done?
You can do whatever you want. I think you're getting the cart before the horse a little bit, but you can do whatever you want.
Well, it's going to take a while to do a corridor study, I would assume.
Yeah.
And so the sooner you get that done, the more likely you'll get things taken care of by MDOT.
Stepping back and thinking about it, we're not actually writing the plan right now. We're just doing an RFP, which the boys down on the 4th floor can probably get something out.
Right. I think they know what they're doing. I'll make a motion that we get an RFPQ, whatever the initials are, for a corridor study on East Michigan Avenue.
Why don't y'all talk to the citizens?
And I will have some meetings that I invite, work with the DDA to get out the invitations and work with them to have them be a co-host on this. But I think the message was loud and clear to me that we're charging ahead, and if you're with us, you're with us. DDA.
So there's no second to the motion. So that motion dies due to no second. But I don't like making motions, but I'll make a motion that we direct the city manager to host some listening sessions as was discussed, and then bring this item back under, I don't know if it will go, would it go under new business? Let's do it under new business in the second meeting in October.
So move. Second, whatever.
Okay. It's been seconded. Any discussion?
Oh.
Okay, seeing or hearing none, the clerk will tally and display the vote.
Oh my gosh, I just, Andrea. Andrea, I walked out of here. Can you put me a yay? Okay.
The clerk will provide a roll call vote on this issue.
Mayor Mahoney,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Dancy,
Yes.
Councilmember Gunn,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlechte,
Yes.
Councilmember Benel,
Yes.
Councilmember Forgrave.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. That takes care of all of the business except for our city council member comments. Let's start with Vice Mayor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple things. I do try to host the meetings for the residents of First Ward. I really do try. As long as we can be productive, we're good. And there are meetings held right in the community for the MLK CIA. I don't mind addressing some. However, I think it's more important for the committee, the entire board, to be able to hear the questions and give the answers as a board in full. And then to the 100 homes, I supported, but there was a piece of me that wanted to kick it back to the committee. I felt that was, but I didn't vote that way, so I want you to know. I was torn and I went one way, but just those nonprofits, I guess I'm trying to say that, I understand both sides of it. And, within me, I was torn. So just want to say that, we do have the board, but I didn't support taking it back to the board. But I don't know, I'm bouncing around again on it, but I don't want to dwell on it. We've been on it long enough. But those nonprofits, I do understand. And just want to say that that was part of my thought process too. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Dancy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, first we just like to thank each and every one who came out to the National Night Out at Loomis Park. It was pretty good crowd. Thank all the vendors who showed up. Thank the city, third floor, Parks and Rec. Thank Candy from Busy Bee for doing the hot dogs for us. Thank the DJ. Hey, Mr. DJ. Mr. Porter for showing up and doing his thing. And just the crowd who came out. All the support from the community, also from fire and police for coming out and doing their thing too. Just thank each and every one, especially B2 Watchers, the group that really helped put this together. Been doing it for years. This is the first time since COVID, after COVID. Pre-COVID, we had this, so it was a good turnout. So I just thank each and every one for coming out. We always talked about East Side, but I know one while we had some some things going on. Then COVID hit. We had Opportunity Zone. We was going to do a presentation. At the time, the secretary for the city manager put together a great presentation, got a lot of praise, but something came up, had to cancel. Then COVID hit, so we just wasn't able to do it then. But we got some things we can look back, maybe pull up and look at those things. But just the opportunity to talk about things over there on the east side, just Second Ward and just all of East Side, that corridor, even Page Avenue, and I think there's an opportunity on Page Avenue and also M that we can do some things there too. No, I just thank staff. I know they put a lot of work in, all floors, 1st through 13. And I just thank each and every one. We're not ready to go home already. We might as well just stay in to midnight. Let's make another hour of this.
You talk any slower, we'll get there.
Let's go a little slower, talk a little slower. But thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank everyone who came out tonight, and have a good morning. Bye.
It sounded like he was going to make a recommendation that we put a 3-minute time limit on.
He got his filibustering from Derek.
Councilmember Gunn.
I have no comments tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Schlechte.
I just have a couple. One, I first want to thank you for wearing orange. I so appreciate that, and it looks very handsome on you.
Oh, thank you. I didn't even think about that until I got here, but I knew it was going to come up.
No, there you go. A couple things that people talked about. We could always use the bathroom as storage because they use a lot of tables and stuff like that. So if all else fails, if you can't keep the toilet intact, take it out. TTT. I want to correct, I don't know who it was, maybe it was Peter, said that Freddie was a realtor. He's not. He doesn't have anything to do with Jackson Area Association Realtors. Not that we don't want him, but I don't want him to be accused of anything that he's not a part of. And I wanted to clarify that the Needle program did start at the Interfaith Shelter 1 month prior to Steve Castle working there, and it was gone 1 month after he started. So the shelter didn't really have anything to do, the current administration had nothing to do with that Needle program. It did not get approved by their board. Also, if we're going to do RFPs and ask people to reply, and you're going to change the rules of the game, I think you should reissue those RFPs. It's happened a couple times, and you're going to lose the trust and interest of our nonprofits. If we keep ignoring you, we asked for a certain thing on this 100 homes. We did it with the shelter, the winter warming shelter, and then we changed the game plan midstream after people had given RFPs, and I think it's tough on our nonprofits that take the time to submit these quotes. So those would be my comments. Thank you.
I've been looking forward to this. One thing I do want to mention, I'm really glad that we had so many constituents come out today regarding the assessments. I know even before I started on city council that usually we would just approve assessment. And it's good to see people, going out and getting the petition signed and showing up and expressing, their opinions and their disagreement with our assessments and really kind of pushing us to reevaluate our assessment policies and things like that. I think that's just, it's great to see that kind of participation from our constituents. So that's my one thing on that. And then the thing that I've been dreading talking about, I know, I'm sorry. So I have to formally announce that I'm going to be moving at the end of September, and I will no longer be living in the 5th Ward. so my seat will be vacated effective September 30th. I recently got engaged a couple months ago, and I knew this has been coming for a couple of months now. And I talked to our city manager and our city attorney and kind of figured out how this procedure needs to work. But I just had to announce it today that I will be resigning from city council effective September 30th. And my seat will be vacated. And I'll have to put a resignation letter in our next agenda. And that's that. I mean, I've loved being on city council and serving with everyone on this council currently and members that have been on here previously. Jeremy, who's no longer here, Derek, and I've learned a lot in all of this, and it's been a pleasure serving the city, and it's been a great learning experience, and I know that it's something that I will take many memories with me when I move out of the city of Jackson. And that's it for me.
Congratulations. Thanks. I know, I'm sorry.
He should move here.
So it's easier for me to move than for him to move.
Didn't say that.
I know.
Councilmember Forgray.
Man, it's gonna be tough to follow. We're gonna miss you. But also congratulations, and I know on your engagement and your move and everything. So, really looking forward to filling that seat. That's always a blast on city council.
My word is cursed. I
said the quiet part out loud.
No, but really, all that aside, congratulations, and I think you've served well, and it's been a pleasure working with you and serving with you. Good luck. Yeah. With that said, I want to echo some of what others have said about special assessments tonight. I was pleased to see us vote down some of them. It hasn't happened that often in the past. With that being said, however, I want us to consider moving forward hypothetically how we would answer somebody on North Street when we approved that unanimously. Why we approved that unanimously when we voted down William Street. And I want us to consider how we would answer that if we're being consistent, because we are talking about tens of thousands of dollars here. And we should be good stewards of that and understanding where people are coming from. And it is hard not to get emotional. And I don't think it's necessarily bad to get emotional, but it's important to be fair, and that it's important to be fair for everybody. Thanks.
Okay. One thing that I want to recommend is that it would be nice if we could have like the individuals who have comments on proposals that they have on the agenda, giving those individuals an opportunity to actually speak when that agenda item comes up. I know that might hold them present in the meeting a little longer, but I think someone who's coming into our community to build 76 houses or build 24 houses or whatever the project may be should have or open a marijuana facility. Should have the grace of more than 3 minutes during public comment, because they're here to do business with the city, and I think that they should be allowed to speak during. And this goes for staff when staff has items and issues that come up that we know are going to require some discussion. I think they should be allowed the opportunity to like start the discussion with presenting whatever it is. That way we have, when we're doing deals with people and they're here and they're present, they have more than 3 minutes to discuss that item. And then we can also like have a dialogue back with them to address any issues, like what Laura had today, had an issue with a specific builder that may have been able to be addressed through some dialogue to say, hey, I've heard this, or I've had this experience, or this has happened in the past, can we talk about that so I can be comfortable moving forward, or voting however I decide to vote on that particular issue. But it just kind of pains me to see someone who we're here to do business with try to fit all of their discussion in a 3-minute time frame. So that's one thing I've noticed that I've been wanting to say something about. I am extremely glad. Check. My bad. I'm tired. You should have been said something.
He just woke up.
I thought I was just talking quiet and I couldn't hear myself. My bad. Okay, so you want me to start over? What? Y'all sure?
Wind it back, do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Rewind?
Rewind.
I can do it. Said don't be kind, rewind. We was just talking about that. Okay. So, I'm very, very happy that city manager took the time to rectify the situation with Pryor's Barbecue. That's a long time for a situation to go on. I'm happy that situation has been solidified, because I think what happens in a lot of people's cases, and him and I talked about this, is one situation happens with the city, and then any other instance where something does not go the way that you think it should go, when that happens, now it's, oh, the city's picking on me, and this is an issue that is happening, and it's happening to me. I'm just very happy that we were able to put that issue to bed, finally, and have one less thing for one of our citizens and business owners to have a complaint about, that we made good on something that we told them that we were going to do. So very, very happy that issue is situated. Sunday at the King Center is the 14th annual Back to School Bash. If you know of any children who need backpacks and school supplies, send them out to the King Center. We got a little over 700 backpacks, school supplies. We're going to have a barbecue as usual, and give some food away, haircuts, hairdos, all of the rest of that great stuff that we have been doing in the community for 14 years now. Will take place at the King Center starting at 12 o'clock until supplies last, but we generally hang out at the King Center until about 6 o'clock that day. It's 3-on-3 basketball tournament. If you're bored, you want to come check it out to verify that I'm actually giving out all 700 backpacks, stop by. What they already questioning, so apparently backpack gate is a new thing. No, it's the same one. It is the same one. Don't add nothing else to my plate, please. Karen, if there was a way for me to block you from being able to do this, I definitely would. It's been an honor to serve with you. I told you from the get-go, this is I'm happy for you. I'm not mad at you. I've gotten over that part already. But I'm with Will. I'm not looking forward to. One thing I don't think that city and elected officials should be able to do is to elect someone to represent a whole nother part of the community, who really the voters should be electing. So that's gonna be a tough road that we have to travel down. But we got to do what we got to do. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to the great work that all of our staff continues to do and hanging out with us until the wee hours of the night. This is far past my bedtime. Mr. City Manager.
Karen, congratulations. You're dead to me.
I'll send you a postcard.
The other bit of congratulations I want to offer to former Fire Captain Joel Skripek, who was recently promoted to Assistant Fire Chief. Joel's been with us for a long time, and I'm very proud to see him move up in the organization. He's going to do a great job as our Assistant Chief. So congratulations, Joel. Well deserved.
That's it. You didn't even get in on it. Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. We are adjourned.
Okay. Some special meetings.
No problem. It's nice to meet